What about now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, we're only 26 months into COVID. I'm finally figuring it out. Hey, so I'll lead off with a quick intro and we'll pass it over. So my name's Kenny Simmons. I currently am the Chief of Construction at headquarters HQUSACE. I've been in the Beltway at headquarters for getting close to 8 years, which is kind of scary. But as part of the construction team, I joined the construction team at headquarters in 2014. Before that, I was in the Kansas City district within engineering construction. I'm a licensed architect. I actually started with the Corps in the design branch as an architect after some time in the private sector, and then I jumped to the dark side in construction to work the traditional rotation type stuff as I was developing, but also like the Fort Riley Hospital. Then I was working the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency project before I came to DC. So I've always had with the bigger projects and even my time in private sector, I've been kind of bridging the team, as Ms. Baker brought up. You know, it's not just about PM or E&C, it's about all of us working together. And I've had some good fortune to, work on a lot of significant projects with some really high-performing teams in my career, and I continue to do that at headquarters. So I really appreciate the invite. I think Andrea Bias Street and I were the headquarters folks that you guys welcomed into the regional meetings. So just really appreciate the engagement and looking forward to the discussion today. So how about Mr. Scott Acone? Have at it.
Hey, thanks, Kenny. Good seeing you. Hey, hey everybody. As Ms. Baker said, my name is Scott Acone. I'm the DPM in New England. Just as a little bit of background about me, so I started in engineering a long time ago, before laptops. We worked my way through there, managed some of the dam safety program there, worked in the environmental program there, and then became a project manager, mostly doing environmental work. Became a branch chief in project management doing the environmental program and the military program. Then was the engineering chief in New England for a while, and now I'm the DPM. So I've got a pretty broad background, pretty good perspective. I agree with what Kenny said. It's one of the reasons we went from PMVP to PDVP is it's not all about the PM. It is about the team. PMs have to lead that team, but and I think I know one of the themes you'll hear from me today about all of this is to use your team. It's not all on you. It's not all on the construction folks. It shouldn't be on the project engineer or the QA inspector or the resident engineer. And you've got to tackle it as a team. And with that, I will turn it over to my alter ego, also known as Bad Scott. Scott Helmer, you there?
Hey, Scott, can you hear me? This is the Bad Scott. Hey, everybody. My name is Scott Helmer. I'm the NAD Regional Contracting Chief. Been in this position for about 7 years now. Previously at the district level, headquarters level, New York District, multiple times. Here at Division, once before as a senior procurement analyst, headquarters in the policy shop at headquarters, working with the RITs back in about the 2008-9 timeframe for Afghanistan, Iraq, centers of standardization. So a little bit of a mix, kind of the three levels of the core. Contracting sort of fits somewhere between, I think, the engineering side, the PM side, and then when things go to construction, definitely there to help assist and work with the ACOs out there in the field. So glad to be part of this panel. A lot of great folks on the team. So looking forward to some good questions later. Back over to Matt.
Great, thanks, Scott. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me for this discussion. I'm Matt Walsh. I work at NAD, Engineering Construction for Allen Huntley. Been in this position for about 4 years now. I'm a registered architect with the state of New York. I've been with the Corps for about 22 years now, of which 13 years I worked at New York District in construction, so I have a very strong construction background. Prior to the Corps, I worked in the private sector for about 7 years for engineering and construction firm doing AE restoration on some of the high-profile buildings in Manhattan. We restored the Chrysler Building, the New York Stock Exchange, Rockefeller Center. Did a lot of exterior work as far as replacing brick, stone, roofing, facade work, you name it, anything on the outside of the building and on all the skyscrapers. I worked very closely with Tyler Bush and Anthony Formicella. If they're on the line, I'd probably reach out to them to join the discussion and allow them to introduce themselves now. Tyler or Anthony, you want?
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Bush. I too am an architect. Glad to see a lot of architect representation on the panel today. I work closely with Matt Walsh on the Design and Construction Evaluation Program at NAD. Registered architect in the state of Washington, been working with the Corps for 13 years. My experience is in the design branch in Seattle District, the design section in Europe District, and then now I've been in NAD for the last year. Glad to be here. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Good
Tyler.
morning. I'm Anthony Formicella. I also work with Matt and Tyler and NAD E&C. I'm a regional commissioning and energy engineer, and I've been with NAD about a year. But prior to that, I was at NAN. I was on the COR path to ACO. So I have the most recent field experience out working the projects, and just here to support Matt on the panel.
Thanks, Anthony. Guess over to Todd or Kenny.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. Thanks everyone for those introductions. As Tyler said, it's nice to see a lot of architects representing. You know, the Corps of Engineers were the minority, so it's exciting to be amongst many. As we get started, just for reference, we have these 2 sessions blocked off, so we have quite a bit of time. From 8, you know, we kicked off at 8. And up into 11, essentially, we have for these 2 panels. So we'll take a break around 9 o'clock, around 9:20, I think is what we have scheduled. And if you look at you can see my screen there. There are these 2 main topics. So we're going to have some bleed over as we have these conversations. And to all of those that are participating, we got 119 out there. You know, obviously there's going to be some bleed over, so don't worry about that. But we're just trying to focus the discussion first, you know, on topic 1, and then after the break on topic 2. So like I said, we can bleed over and we'll take it wherever it goes, the conversation. But the first topic today was to discuss construction, you know, underperforming contractors, managing customer expectations, bringing them over the finish line. So that's kind of where we wanted to jump off and start out. And we'll just open it up to the panel. If anyone has any first, you know, rearing to go to kind of kick this off, or if there's anyone out there, we'll see how this works. We want to, you know, if you can, you know, raise your hand through the feature, we'll try to capture that, or you can throw a chat question out there and we'll plug that in. So discussion kicking off, underperforming contractors. And who wants to kick us off?
I can jump in, Todd. One thing that I was thinking about in preparation for this panel, and we touched on a little bit about kind of the full team this morning in our opening comments, the resource providers, whether it's Army or other, and our stakeholders or customers, depending on what kind of mood you're in or how you want to refer to them that day, you know, they're part of the team too. And what I'm seeing at the headquarters lately, as the op tempo has gone up, or you can just say the surge in the workload, or if you remember, General Simonite had his 11 pack slides of the 11 key business lines that we have in the Corps. The workload has gone up. It's like tripled. It's more than tripled in the last 6 years. And it's not all the same stakeholders and customers. And there's a major education gap there. I think a lot of the people that we do business with today, they think that they just write a check and then like they get whatever they want, or it's going to be just like every other project they've worked on, or something they worked for a state DOT, or their own contractor at home doing home renovations. And they don't actually understand the Army Corps of Engineers business process. And so when we get into situations where maybe projects are having some challenges that, quite frankly, could be considered to be normal or typical in the design and construction industry, our stakeholders really don't know the value and the services that we bring to them as a design and construction agent. And so that managing expectations, I think the first expectation is that we should actually be educating them on the process and who we are and what we bring to the table, so that when we do get to the challenging situations where they're saying, oh, hey, this contractor this or this contractor that, or why can't you core or why not core, they've actually got a better baseline understanding of how the process works and what federal procurement looks like within the DoD and specifically the Army Corps of Engineers. So that's one thing I think would be good to frame really the whole afternoon or morning with the contractors and the schedule quality pieces. I think we owe it to our stakeholders to give them a little more education and how we do business. So I just wanted to share that as kind of an opener as far as that engagement with the stakeholders and customers that we're going to have. I'll pause there.
Yeah, hey, Kenny, it's Scott Acone. So I couldn't agree more. I think, yeah, a lot of times when we do have a new stakeholder that comes to us, I mean, there's a period of months that we spend talking to them to educate them about the fact that we're reimbursable. You know, one of the other key things we try to drive home early is, you know, when you think about your home renovation, right, you want the gold standard from the contractor. This is federal procurement. What you get is what we put in the plans and specifications. It may not be the gold standard, but it should be what we specified, what we said we were going to do. And so making sure they understand that too. And I think, you know, that communication has to happen early. And what I would say for, you know, whether you're a PM or you're in construction or you're in engineering, you're an architect, you can't start that conversation early enough. Start it at all levels, and definitely, you know, drag your leadership into that too, because I think it's a really important thing to set the foundation early.
This is the bad Scott. The bad Scott.
Bad Scott, please go ahead.
Sure. What I'd say is every project is unique, right? Every requirement's unique. And there are different methods, right? Some folks look at you know, construction contract admin as a science, some look at it as an art. There's aggressive schedule management, and you have a playbook for that, right? How to handle underperforming contractors. But it seems to me, at least from what I see at this level, looking at 6 different districts, you know, every project is unique, right? And every stakeholder is a little bit different than the next. It's so important to communicate with them as things are kind of getting bad, as far as getting their buy-in, right, on certain things. But also, like, you know, Kenny and Scott spoke about, that we are their construction design agent, right? So we are the ones that have the responsibilities to kind of carry out that construction contract administration, albeit with some input from them. You know, we have to take the course of what's best for that specific requirement. Over.
Agree. What I was going to say is that, going back to what the good Scott had commented, is underperforming contractors, I don't think we just have the role once we realize they're underperforming. It really goes back to the beginning, the inception of the project, and what we can do to set up our future contractor for success. And I think that's where E&C and PM can synergize, holding each other responsible to make sure we're working with our stakeholders to understand what are their quality objectives, what do they want to see at the end of the project, and are we getting that into our plans and specs to ensure that our contractor does meet expectations at the end, and then working with those contractors early to get them, you know, get their CQC plan set, ensure they have a reasonable schedule, so we don't end up with issues down the line.
Yeah, I think Tom Harnedy put something about managing expectations in the chat too, about, you know, establishing BOD, right? So that's one of the early things. And I know in New England, what we do, we use the ECB. It's a good starting point to sort of look at the risks, and we make sure we include, you know, everybody in that. The engineering's in it, construction's in it, contracting's in it, and we have the discussion about, you know, what we see as needing more time, where we think we maybe can add a little less time, where the risk falls, and then we float that by the corporate board before we say anything. And then the other important thing, there are a lot of different end dates related to a construction project, right? There's physical completion, there's the punch list, there's BOD, there's actual completion, SIP, all that stuff. Make sure you pick one, and the one that the customer probably most wants to hear is probably BOD. When can I get in that building? And just, that's the only date you ever talk to them about, so that they have one date in their mind, because otherwise they'll just automatically migrate to the earliest date they hear, and that becomes reality for them. So, you know, that's the kind of little stuff I think that we could all do better, because internally, you know, we talk about it, we know what it means, but externally that doesn't always translate.
Yeah, Scott, you hit on a really good point there, is kind of figuring out what's important to that stakeholder, or what do they understand the easiest, and then consistently communicate that date. I think it's also important that we communicate what that date is based off of. So it's not just an arbitrary, oh, we did this thing and then our assessment, this is what you're going to get. It's, you know, hey, sir, ma'am, based off the contract duration that we believe is accurate, based off these risk factors. Oh, by the way, based off an award date and NTP, this is where this thing is going to move. And something else that's also, you know, really simple that we seem to overlook and just kind of forget, and you could probably classify this as like data management, you know, it's like one pull down in RMS once I've awarded construction, is that there's a lot of teams in the agency that are more than happy when there's merit to extend the period of performance for a construction contractor, but then they don't go and update the BOD. So it's a few days here, a few days there, and maybe I already built in, you know, 3 or 4 weeks in my BODs that my stakeholder can, you know, get a tails contractor ready or something like that. But then here I am extending the period of performance on construction for a variety of possible reasons, but I'm never updating that BOD. And then I get to like, you know, a quarterly line item review, or, you know, maybe you're doing some tiered governance, and it's the one time in 6 or 8 months that, you know, 1 or 2 stars looking at their project, and you drop the bomb on them at that meeting that, oh yeah, that's not right. We've modded the contract a few times. That needs to slide 3 or 4 weeks. That's not a great situation, and that's one of those things that's not just a data point. That is extremely informative to the stakeholders and the people that are ultimately going to use our infrastructure. But it's in our blind spot that we don't actually lean on that as a communicative tool. So there's improvement that can be had there. So that's a good question that Tom threw out in the chat at 8:20. It's already getting spicy with some things that, you know, we could probably do better as a community. But that's where we can lean on each other and say, hey, does this make sense? Or, you know, it's a simple thing like, you know, as PMs are managing the overall integrated master schedule, to ask questions to construction and say, hey, is there something here that might impact your BOD or your contract completion date or something like that? Very subtle, it's a simple ask, but we can catch ourselves sometimes and get some better information out there for our stakeholders.
Just to tack on to what Kenny said about how the stakeholders take dates and they'll stick to, you know, the relationship between them is important. But to go back to the design side, because everybody feels the pain out in construction, if the connection is made between when the award is made and when the contractor is going to be done and the stakeholder can move in, then if the award is somehow accelerated by skipping over some of the design review or some of the coordination, it also needs to be communicated that that's going to extend that time. You know, you don't know where the problems are going to come up, but if you skimp a little bit on design, it's going to cause more of a delay in construction because of those unknowns that are going to pop up, and they're just more likely. Over.
Yeah, Anthony, that's a great point, and I think it goes to a common theme through all of this, and that's risk communication, and that's what all of this is, right? And I think we need to be sure we're transparent, but also we should never assume that our stakeholders, when we say, oh, there's a risk because we skipped or we did an over the shoulder for the 95% and we didn't do a thorough review, whatever it happens to be. we might think a certain thing from that, and the stakeholder may not be tracking that same thing at all. And we need to make sure we're explicit in explaining that and explaining what that means and where this could come back and bite us, and make sure that they understand, so that if they're buying into accepting that risk, in lieu of maybe, you know, sliding the schedule a little bit, they know what comes with that. We should never assume that they know what comes with that. And I think that's a really important part, because sometimes, you know, there are definitely, and we'll get back on the underperforming contractors thing here. Sometimes there are absolutely underperforming contractors. Sometimes we set up our contractors for failure out of the gate, because we do have these unreasonable expectations, and it doesn't matter how well they perform. And I know, you know, the E&C community has been focused a lot on quality. There was a quality stand down that was recently done, and that's great. I think, you know, Sean Dolan, our construction chief, says this all the time. You can have a really crappy design with a great construction contractor, and you have a quality project at the end. You can have the best design in the world with a crappy construction contractor and have a really poor quality project at the end. So you got to look at it holistically as we look at these things, and they're all tied together.
I was going to add. I'm sorry. I was going to add on the contractor side, during that pre-construction meeting, all those dates should be shared with the contractor too. They need to know, you know, what's the move-in date, you know, when furniture is going to be delivered, to plan commissioning, you know, when commissioning has to be complete. So it's, especially for a new contractor, I mean, it's not just their schedule, it's also tracking the schedule the stakeholder has. Over.
One thing I wanted to
good
ask,
point, Matt, and also make sure you explain the why, right? So why does that date matter? You know.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Scott, to follow up on your comment. You know, I think it's a very valid comment that you could have a poor design and a great contractor, or vice versa. You know, and in some cases, it doesn't matter. It's going to be how that process is managed. So the follow-on question to that is, you know, what do you do then when we have a great design and a poor performing contractor, or, you know, at some point we're getting into the scenario with an underperforming contractor? And how do we best manage that? And I'll throw that out there for food for thought. And then also, if you check the chat panel, there's a question out there from Athena, with Athena Hunter. At some point, doesn't the CCD become the BOD? And what do you do? What do you put as the BOD if you go past the CCD and you're starting to assess liquidated damages? So if there's someone that wants to take on that nugget for discussion.
You know, I had started to put a response in there, and I was chuckling myself. And you know, I think Athena, you're right. We can pretend we have a good BOD and we've got some float, but at the end of the day, a lot of times I think we are finding ourselves where that contract completion becomes the BOD, and then when the contractor starts underperforming, then we're in hot water. Because they're going to miss it, right? And everything the stakeholder is planning is going to fall apart, and that's very critical. Somebody also wrote, you know, hey, do you share the BOD with the contractor? Because that look like float to them? And I think my initial response to that is, I'm all for the transparency. And I would share that with them, but I wouldn't just share it in a vacuum and say, hey, my stakeholder is moving in 3 months after your contract completion date. I would be communicating that you have a contract completion date, and here are all the things that are going to happen to get to that, and here's how we're going to achieve substantial completion, so that we can turn off the clock on LDs, hopefully never turn it on to begin with. But again, there's more to it than just the data point, and the contract says this is what's going to happen, what, you know, your penalty is going to be. Commissioning, red zone, O&M, all those things that actually get us to a complete project where all the contract deliverables have been met. Those things we wait and we don't talk about it. And then somebody says, hey, shouldn't we have a red zone meeting tomorrow? We'll go, oh yeah, we probably should. Anthony's staying very composed right now on the screen. Either that or his camera is frozen, because I know this is something that can get really gnarly. So I would be open and transparent to say, look, contractor, you're an integral part to the success for this stakeholder. Here's your roles and responsibilities. Here's what's been outlined in the contract. Here's everything at that, kickoff meeting or meeting of mutual understanding. And here's how we're going to work together and call it partner or whatever, and how we're going to get to these dates. Because there's other stuff that has to happen with our contractor and troop movement and IO&T contractors if it's not, complete turnkey, so on and so forth. So I'll stop there and let some of the other panelists chime in if they want.
I think that in the spirit of partnership, communicating what our stakeholder needs are and how that jives in with military movement or the national defense strategy or the goals of the United States can go a long way. Very, very rarely, I think, do we have contractors who are completely anti-US or anti-DoD goals. I think that pulling at their maybe not patriotic tendencies, but really helping them realize how this furthers the mission of our country is a lot better than just, you didn't give me what the specs told me to do. It's that we've got tanks coming into the installation and we need a place to store them and maintain them. And that's going to happen on this date and that's not moving. How can we ensure that we have a facility that we can use to support our warfighter out in the field? I think can help a lot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think a good way to start that, right, is some kind of partnering. I know, headquarters just released some new partnering guidance. There's some good stuff. The California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, has something that you can actually implement on a really small job. The field guys can just do it. But I think having that conversation early on, making sure everybody understands what's important to each party, why it's important, getting everybody to buy in. And it's not a panacea by any stretch. So I'll give you an example, bring it back to underperforming contractors. We have a project for DLA, replacing a fuel tank storage area. And we argued pretty hard that this did not require a fuels contractor. It's basically a tank yard. It's just storage tanks. There are no hydrants. There's no pumping, piping, anything else piping, but piping to a offloading point for a truck. But nothing really technical, right? DLA was adamant. They wanted a fuels contractor to do it. We went through a best value procurement. It went to a small business. Their latest CPARs, kind of in one of Tom's questions, was not stellar. We warned DLA, we did a responsibility determination, and in the end, we ended up awarding it to them. We had a partnering session early on. They were struggling with their submittals. They were struggling with a bunch of things. We sat down with them, weekly for a period of maybe 3 or 4 weeks, trying to get them turned around. And everybody had that feeling in their gut. And we probably could have chosen to drag them over the line, but we didn't. We went back to DLA. We just said, no, this is going to be miserable for all of us. We need to cut bait. And so we're in the process of terminating for default. The bonding company has some other ideas, but we're working with them. So when I talk about partnering and I talk about, the communication part of it, the reason I do that is you've got to have the whole team kind of integrated, right? And so it's engineering, it's construction, it's PM, it's contracting, it's council, and your stakeholder, and you've all got to be in alignment, and you have to know when to elevate. This could have very easily been a case where the guys in the field just floundered for weeks, beating their head against the wall, trying to drag submittals out of them. And because I think we had that partnering session early, and everybody was able to clearly explain what their concerns were, we were able to make a pretty quick decision, which usually we don't do, right? Usually we do everything we can to drag them across and get this thing delivered for the stakeholder. So, that's kind of the extreme end. There's plenty of in between, I think, too, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Scott, if I could put on my partnering champion to bring up one point from the playbook that is really, really well defined. So the playbook spells out a spectrum of amount of partnering to do, but even at the lowest level for the most basic, simple project, you're doing that definition of roles and responsibilities and the escalation ladder. You know, it may not be a formal meeting offsite with a facilitator, but at least your ACO and COR and your PDT is sitting down with the contractor and explaining that if something festers for this amount of time, it's going to get elevated, and it's going to be my boss calling your boss, and you know it's going to be the colonel calling the vice president, and then it's going to be the SES calling, and you know that ahead of time so that everybody knows, hey, look, we have a limited window of time to get an RFI resolved or get through a review on a sticky submittal that's going back and forth, and then it's going to go up, and everybody knows what's going to happen ahead of time. And to get on what Kenny was needling me about. For the commissioning and the testing and everything, the only way to get ahead of a bad performing contractor is to spell out ahead of time exactly what you expect, and you can't do it too early. I like to do it during the pre-construction conference. If you're not talking about commissioning, testing, and the red zone meeting and when it's going to be, and make sure that red zone meeting is on that schedule and it moves, it's a moving target when it starts, but it's defined, it's linked to activities, so you know when that red zone meeting is going to be before they even put a shovel in the ground. And it may move, but it's defined by activities. So the main thing is just getting those definitions ahead of time so that then, even with CPARs, bring up during the pre-construction conference what you expect to score your contractor on in your CPARs and what you're going to be looking for. And, maybe the contractor would be surprised that you say, hey, if I look at your QC daily reports and they're always more than a week behind, I'm going to think your QC is not working. Or if you're not putting deficiencies into RMS, I'm going to think your QC is not working. And sometimes contractors are like, well, really? You want me to log deficiencies? Yeah, absolutely. Because if you log them and fix them, that's great. You should have 1,000 deficiencies that are all corrected. That looks awesome. If you have 0, you're failing. And if you have this discussion with the contractors at the beginning, then it's not a surprise to them when you write a letter and say your QC program is not up to par and you're not meeting. They'll be like, wait, what? We don't have any deficiencies. So it's just important to define that and have that conversation, especially at the beginning when you're in the honeymoon phase with the contractor and everybody's very, very cooperative and amenable to defining things. So getting the charter down, getting the escalation ladder defined and roles and responsibilities, that would be my 2 cents.
Anthony,
and I think besides early, I was just going to say besides early, I think constant communication too, right? And I'll give you another example of something we're in the middle of right now. I think if you have that constant communication and not just at the project level, so don't be afraid to ping your program manager, your DPM, whoever, to once in a while reach out to their counterpart and see how they think things are going, because we've done that on a project we're doing for the FDA right now, and we found out, because we are struggling to get through some of the punch list stuff and some of the commissioning stuff, it's not for lack of effort on the contractor's part. And we're going to see more and more of this. You can have a really good prime. Their subs are getting pulled in a million different directions by some folks who are paying a lot more money than we are for their time. And so getting them back to do things a couple of times isn't going to be easy. And we're going to have more challenges with this, I think, over the next several years as there's more and more work out there. But if you have that constant conversation and you build a relationship, trust, but you don't want to trust too far. But you've got to trust one another enough to be open with one another. And they shared the fact that they were flat out, they were at a loss. These are contractors they've worked with for years, and the contractors are saying, sorry, there's only so many people we have, we can't get there. And so you can at least work through it together, and it's way better than a letter writing campaign. You don't ever want to default to that if you don't have to. At some point you may have to, but the dialogue is definitely a good place to start.
So Scott, Anthony, and Penny, you guys have been addressing some of the questions that have been coming up in the chat already. And I want to touch on that. There is a specific comment there that Kenny addressed, that Matt brought up, related to CPARs. I hear Anthony talking about forming, connecting with the contractor, letting them know, having a physical conversation with them, what the expectations are, et cetera. And maybe some teams are using CPARs to kind of as that conversation and given a negative rating to the contractor, but then construction's not wanting us to do that, PMs to do that. because the constructor is going to get ticked off. You know, that's kind of, so I'll read that discussion from Matt. He said, I've been pushing for CPARs more often to encourage bad performing contractors to improve. He's receiving a lot of pushback from construction division saying that they're afraid that the negative rating will upset the contractor and that they'll perform worse or even take adversarial stances. And Kenny, you responded to that, but you guys are starting to talk about that. You know, maybe we can hit that a little bit more about what should that look like, the partnering between the construction, you know, the contractor, the PM, the construction division. You know, how are we connecting with HQUSACE as a unified front to communicate out to the contractor? And when is it appropriate to, you know, put those negative CPARs in? Or are we meeting with the contractor first and kind of trying to almost like a coaching session like we would do with our own staff, DP maps, you know, prior to giving that final annual year negative rating? Do you guys want to jump on and tackle that? And then while you're thinking about that, there's one other question I hope we can touch on. This is from Athena a little bit earlier. She talked about earlier on, right at the kickoff, you know, the handoff from award to NTP and pre-construction and partnership. She said, I'm not sure that contractors understand that they need to start working on the pre-construction submittals until we have a pre-construction notice to proceed. Is there a best practice for early, for that admin, early survey, startup, etc.? So maybe we can kind of address both of those comments. Anyone that wants to tackle those.
Hey, Todd, this is the Pat Scott. So I want to go on one side of the CPARs. I know we use it sometimes for negotiating with a contractor. I look at interim CPARs as not punitive, right? It's a time for them to correct, right? They can get better from that. I also look at CPARs for us when we're going into new contracts, right? New solicitations, and we receive back proposals. There are times when we HQUSACE overall, maybe not one of our districts, but other districts with a contractor who had a poor performing contractor, and the CPARs comes out satisfactory. And then you go back and you dig into it, and it's like, well, actually, they weren't that great. You know, this dredging contractor was bad. We helped them, our operations staff, our safety staff, to help them through the project. And then it doesn't give us ammunition when we're in that, you know, best value trade-off situation or other type of situation where we don't have those negative CPARs to kind of help exclude those poor performing contractors. So that's one side of it, right? Is if we don't use these things as tools for future procurements and we're just focused on the current one, it's going to hurt us long term. So that's like one side of the issue, and I'll hand it off to others for the other side. Over.
Yes, Scott, I agree with that. I mean, we have to be honest about our contractors, how they're performing, because if you have a really underperforming contractor that keeps getting more projects and no one's acknowledging that they really did not do a great job on a project. So I'm definitely, I agree with Kenny about being open and honest with the contractor. I put in the chat there. I believe have a quarterly meeting with the contractor. It doesn't have to be the formal CPARS rating, but it could be a draft. And this is what these are my thoughts of what I'm going to put into the CPARS. You know, how can you improve? I mean, I think that discussion should be at least quarterly, to be open with the contractor and let them know, you know, that it's not going to be a surprise. You have an opportunity to make changes to improve your rating, and they want that good rating. That's only going to help them get that rating and get other projects in the future. So that they want to, you know, if you work with them, I think they'll work with you. Over.
And I dropped a comment in the chat, but to get on what Scott was saying, and it goes both ways. Sometimes it's contracting office that wants to be more harsh on the contractor, or sometimes they want, because they're worried about it, other procurement, they want to go easy on the contractor. But whatever is going on in different worlds, they need to communicate so that it's not, you know, the PDT's out there, the resident engineer writes a nasty letter and the contractor gets it and goes to KO for relief, or vice versa. You know, we need to have a united front, because the worst thing that can happen is the contractor finds out that, you know, one office has more say than the other, and then that's who they're going to report to, and that's all they care about. Over.
So Anthony, to follow on that, you know, we're here in a PM workshop, great opportunity to discuss how do we do that? How do we get that unified front that you mentioned? You know, we've got PMs, we've got construction, you know, the engineering side of it is often removed, you know, fairly distant, you know, when we're at this stage of cure notices, or managing that that contractor, pushing them over, helping them, pulling them across the finish line. But how does the PM, at least in construction team, and the KO get on the same page? What's our best practice? Any thoughts out there or experiences?
I'll jump in. I just wanted to mention that going back to partnering, partnering doesn't have to be a one-time thing. Actually, it shouldn't be. I put in the chat there, just recently, Anthony was on the team to prepare the partnering playbook, and it's great. I mean, it has a checklist in there, it has a risk register, it has issue tracker. So it's a really good resource. You can do partnering at any time, and especially when a contractor starts to underperform and it's getting critical, and you're trying to push them over the finish line. Reset, reset and pause and have a partnering meeting. Doesn't have to be as formal, but the PM should work with construction to lead that, and start over again. I'm not saying stop work, but have a partnering meeting, go over all the issues that we're having, and who needs to be on the team, who can we bring in, other resources, how can we assist that contractor to improve and finish the project. But I am in favor of partnering. It's big push right now. So I think multiple partnering sessions is ideal again on a contract.
Thanks, Matt. And Alice had a good comment about kind of along those same lines of partnering. Sometimes it's important to have a government-only partnering session as well, where we're, getting ourselves on a unified front, and then we're teaming up with the contractor to get everybody, the wider audience, on the same page and partnering together.
I think there's
Yeah,
been over the years. Go, Scott.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I think over the years, as far as like area resident engineers, we had a lot of folks that were here for a long time, right? 20 years of experience out in the field. And now there's like a new wave of newer ACOs, resident engineers, area engineers. I think there probably is more partnering now than there once was, going back maybe 15, 20 years ago, where a lot of, I think, construction, once the project kind of got to their side of the fence, they were going to handle a lot of things, maybe not too much involvement from the PM side. I think that's improving. I could be wrong. I think that's improving with like a new generation of ACOs that are coming out there. That's just my thoughts. Over.
Yeah, I agree, Scott. I mean, I do, hopefully there is no fence anymore, honestly. But yeah, there absolutely was. And I think, we need to, it takes a little more effort sometimes from the PMs to try to help break that down and show construction where we can help. But it's something we can do. The other thing I want to touch on is about getting on the same page, right? So the government-only sessions are critical. If the whole internal team isn't talking regularly, that can be a huge problem in and of itself. That said, there always will be time. So the reason there's an escalation function in the partnering session is because when you're dealing with somebody day in and day out, all their little ticks start to drive you crazy, right? And so it's no different between the QA team and the contractor. The little things start to drive you crazy, and sometimes it can change your perspective on things. And so there might be a lot of other factors that come into play with a contractor's request for a change here, a change there, some kind of adjustment, whatever. And I think it's important to be able to put that to another level that has a different perspective, a fresh set of eyes that can look at things more objectively to determine whether or not there's merit to that, whether or not maybe there is something, and because it's not, I'm not constantly getting nitpicked by these little things day in and day out. And it doesn't mean anybody's wrong, and I think that's part of what we have to make sure we explain up and down the team as well. It just means not every hole is a round hole, and not every peg is a round peg, and sometimes you can't jam that square peg in the round hole, and there's nuanced ways to deal with certain things. And that's where experienced KOs, ACOs can come in and maybe take a look at things and help find that middle ground.
Yeah, some of the best advice I was given on a very early rotation through construction in the Corps was to stay focused on the solution and then let the contract and the communications and whatever formality and paperwork kind of fall out from that. I know we're not perfect, and I know that that's not the approach that everybody takes in the field, and we even sometimes make poor decisions based off of where we see contingency levels 6 months down the road on the contract, and it's like, no, if there's merit, there's merit. That's what the good partnership is, right? But you can't let yourselves or the contractor off the hook from how you're supposed to be conducting business with one another. And so you could be, working through a contentious issue that does not have merit. You can very clearly communicate that, hey, yes, contractor, you see these two issues as the same, and I'm giving you one is merit and one is not, and now you're arguing with me more. Let me explain to you again, potentially, or maybe for the third or fourth time, why this other issue on one hand does not have merit and this one does. And I found that a lot of times when you do that and you sort of like go to their world a little bit and think about their subcontractors and sit down and have those conversations or walk out on site and look at the issues, you actually get to a much more successful and healthy relationship rather than just launching letters back and forth, denial, approved, denial, approved. They actually sit down and talk through those issues and say, hey, this is, kind of why we're at, where we're at. But if you can stay grounded in what's right for the stakeholder and the real solution you're trying to get to, the paperwork generally works itself out from my experience. There's always going to be bad feelings, and some days you're going to feel like you gave something up. But at the end of the day, this is business. It shouldn't be personal. And if we owe a contractor for something that, was our risk that didn't appropriately transfer in the plans and specs, then we need to be, equitably adjusting that contract.
Hey, Todd, if I could, throw out to something as far as we talk about the bringing contractors over the finish line, but to give you an idea as far as NAD the past year or so, as far as terminations for default, less than our fingers. So about 9 overall the past year, terminations for default in NAD, 5 of them being from Europe. And Europe, is a little bit different in some situations because of the situation there. So 5 over in Europe district, so 4th in our 5 CONUS districts. Not a bunch, right? So we don't really terminate for default too often, and it is difficult to get a contract back on track or get a project back on track when we do that. But to give you an idea, not a whole bunch of terminations for default. As I grow older, more experienced, I'm like, maybe we should do more terminations for default. Or once we always I say, HQUSACE would try to find a way to get a contractor across the finish line. And I wonder sometimes if we do that too much. But I'd like to hear the panel members kind of think, what are their thoughts on, do we terminate for default too little, too much, or is it really project specific? Over.
So my initial.
I think it's project. Oh, go ahead, Kenny.
No, you go ahead, Scott. Good Scott can go first. I want to hear a GPM tell me what he thinks.
I don't know what I think. Didn't I learn everything from you? So I agree. Honestly, I mean, I know it's important. We're trying to deliver things for people, but at the same time, you can see the toll it takes on our team when we're dragging them over the line. I never really thought about it too much in terms of the termination for default. What I do push back on a lot is sometimes we do a lot of things because we're worried about the potential for a claim or a protest or whatever. Let them come. Let us do what we think we should do. Let them come. We'll win some, we'll lose some. But remember that those things cost the contractor too. And after a while, they'll recognize it's not just the cost of an email to GAO or to the KO or whatever. There's a real cost associated with it. And I think that'll help. And we've been doing more of that strategically, not across the board. And I think the word's getting out that we don't fold as much. And I think on the T4D, it's probably the same, right? If industry knows, they all know what each other are doing. And so if you've got somebody who bit off more than they can chew or for whatever reason isn't delivering, and we've tried to be good partners, but it's not going to get there. Yeah, I think we need to, better to take that hit once than to, drag something on for months and months and years with the toll it takes on, like I said, on our team, the costs that accumulate and everything. It's, I think we need to do a better job of looking at that. What's that end state going to be? And is it really going to be that much different? I don't know.
Yeah, I think sometimes like our budget concerns can affect our perspective on these things. Like, oh, I have to re-procure. But I'll tell you, every like bad contract that I was involved in, we've always gotten to a point where it's like, man, it actually would have been easier to go through the process of a termination and a re-procurement. I'd be at the same point today, and I would have, the phoenix rising from the ashes, at least internally to us, that we could get kind of a reset and a start over. To Scott Helmer's point, I'm very indifferent about should we do more or less, but I think the ones we do probably should have been done earlier. We seem to work issues for too long and give multiple bites at the apple. That doesn't mean that we have to go into every challenging situation with, well, hey, if you don't fix this tomorrow, I'm going to give you a cure notice. Like, that's obviously not the right attitude to have. But we do need to trust the process and recognize that we might actually have a significant problem. There's a lot of contracts that I think subjectively a corporate board can step back, or the construction team can step back and say, I'm not sure we got the right contractor here. If you have a team that's got, several years of experience and you have that feeling, your gut's probably right. The anecdotes you're seeing or you're feeling are probably right. And I would bet that if we were actually following our processes to a T, you'd actually have some data points that would be telling you we may not have the right contractor. But because we get in the groove of, I can partner my way out of this, or I can work this issue some more, or I'm going to call the MSC, or I'm going to make a phone call to a VP. Sometimes we let significant issues sort of run themselves into major delays. And then suddenly it's like the same issues persisted for 6 months, and then the stakeholder's like, well, why are you just now having a conversation about termination? Why didn't you have that conversation, before? So, to some extent, as much as I want to say, hey, just follow the process and everybody do their job, there is a little bit of art to how you're going to manage it. It's a technical industry, and we have contracts, but at the end of the day, it's a people business. And you gotta work your gut and your relationships with your contractors to really inform some of those decisions that you make. So I'll pause there. I'm interested.
Agree. I think, we talked earlier about internal government partnering and getting the PDT on one unified front. And I think that that's pretty critical once you notice you have an underperforming contractor. It's start your documentation, get with the PDT and determine, what's a reasonable, we will communicate to them that they need to improve. What's a reasonable time to allow them to improve? How will we know whether they've improved or not? And what's our go, no-go decision, metric, measurement? And at that time, be willing to pull the trigger if they have not met it. I've seen many projects where there is that conversation and it gets to 2 months and, yeah, they got a new guy on site. Maybe he's going to work out. Let's give him another 2 months. And then it just goes and goes and goes and goes. So I do think it's critical as a team to understand what that final, threshold gate, whatever decision point is going to be, and then stick to it. I see some comments in here that as being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, we need to do what's right by our stakeholder and what's right by the government. And sometimes that is a decision that we want to keep a key contractor around for some reason. But if that's going to punish our project or punish our stakeholder, I don't know if that's the right decision all the time.
Tyler, just to tack on what you're saying about the go, no go, one of the most dangerous factors in that decision that I've seen out there is asking the construction team in the Corps if they can drag a contractor across the finish line. Because the answer is always yes. We can drag anybody across the finish line because we will just keep throwing resources. So that's not a useful answer, because if I don't know if Kenny, maybe you've heard somebody say, no, we can't drag this guy across. You can, because you can climb into their role, you can start managing their subs, you can hold their hand or do their work for them. And it's just a matter of throwing people at it until we've essentially taken over the project. So that's something we can always do with anything that's buildable. Our people can build it, and it'll just take more and more effort and cost us money. But again, if you made that decision a little bit earlier, you could get them out and get another contractor in. It's possible that you'd get the whole thing done at less total cost and time.
So that's, you guys have had a lot of great input or great insights on, we have let's make a decision, let's make the decision at the right time. Maybe we're waiting too long to do that. Are there any examples that can be shared about success stories where someone, did, collaborate, they got it together as a team and decided, hey, this is going south. We can see the writing on the wall. Let's go through that. And how successful was that outcome? I think sometimes there may be this perception that dealing with the surety or, really wrapping that up is just going to add so much time to the process that it's not going to be worth it. It's going to take longer and it's going to take more time in the long run, cost more money. So do we have any good examples of success stories where terminations for default happened, we turned it around, we knocked it out, got a good contractor back on board, and got over the finish line without too much heartache? Scott's shaking his head, yes.
Yeah, one jumps to mind. It was a few years ago, but we were doing jetty work on Block Island, and our contractor was failing. And then for those of you who've ever done large stone type civil works projects, it's an art, right? It's all about the operator and the ability to place the stones in a manner that they get interlocking and all this stuff. And it was pretty clear early on it wasn't going to happen. And so we met with the contractor. We suggested different operators might be on order. They tried a bunch of things. It just wasn't going anywhere. This was at the test section, right? So very, very early on. We terminated for default. The surety got involved. We explained the challenges to the surety, and this might be a one-off. It doesn't always happen this way. Usually it doesn't. But the surety said, you know what? You're right. Let us go find a contractor. And by the way, do you have contractors who have successfully completed these in the past? And so we gave them a list of contractors with CPARS ratings that were all good for this type of work and said, here's a bunch. And we got a good contractor in there and they banged it out, and they got it done pretty close to what the original schedule was. Now, I will say it wasn't without pain. So the litigation end of it just finished up, 3 years later, but that finished up in our favor too. But it can work, definitely. But I think it goes back to making sure, so in this case, our plans and specs were good, the description of interlocking and the requirements and the documentation by the field that wasn't happening. We had engineering out there as well. It wasn't just construction. And so being able to really document the fact that we gave them repeated chances, they failed repeatedly, it made it a pretty clear case. And I think that's probably ultimately what convinced the surety that there needed to be a change. So, it can work. We'll see what happens with DLA. We cut that cord pretty early too. We're going back to reprocurement, I think, although, like I said, the surety's fighting that right now. And I'll let others answer that, but I also see a question in here, and there's a lot of reference to T for D and T for C. And, maybe Scott Helmer wants to talk a little bit about that, because I do think sometimes we mix and match those, and they are very different, especially from a liability to the government perspective. So we may want to just clarify that too at some point.
So it seems right for T4Cs. Right, once again, I keep saying it. Every project's unique, but the earlier in the process, right? If something's going south really early, might be a potential for a T4C. That way, if there's more funding available, the stakeholder have less grief, right? Because there's opportunities to do something with that money to get that project back on track with a different contractor. And sometimes maybe toward the end of a project, maybe there's opportunities for, reducing some scope. It's tough. Every project's unique. I think we have more T4C situations where there were performing contractors in NAD, I'll say the past year, than we did T4Ds, right? So that's out there. So no great answer for you, Barry. I think you asked a question about that earlier on. No great answer. Every project's specific. I think with our current, the way the markets are going, when it comes to, say, Milcon or military type projects, we may have some projects that are already awarded. In order to complete those, it's going to take even more money now to get those completed. So I'm not sure what the appetite will be from Congress and others as far as ATRs and those type of things. But it's going to be even harder to complete problem projects in the future, I think, because of funding issues. Over.
Something that was brought up earlier that I want to go back to in the last few minutes we have. Good Scott, you made a comment about getting the right contractor. And what we haven't discussed is working to get a good source selection plan and good evaluation criteria that help us select the best contractor. And I think that that's something that PM and E&C can really work together in combination with the stakeholder contracting others on the larger PDT, but really honing in on exactly what is critical to the project, and not having too much and not having too little to try to find our best performing or the highest likelihood of a successful contractor for the project.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tyler. I know in New England we struggle with this all the time, right? So you put together the source selection plan, and maybe somebody in construction wants to see 27 resumes for every single person who's going to be on site to prove that they're qualified, and somebody in engineering wants to see 400 projects that they've done that are similar, and whether it's the commissioning aspect or some technical detail. What we found is simple is better, because it gives the board the most flexibility in evaluating where the true strengths lie. When you start to get into factors and sub-factors, you really hamstring yourselves as a board. And so, trying to keep it to what are those couple of relevant things in the past performance that are going to be indicators of successful performance on this project. Don't get crazy. We fight pretty hard to not have any resumes if we don't need any resumes in there, because we all know contractors will bait and switch anyway. So what does it really matter? And there are requirements in the contract for, hey, your health and safety person needs this much experience and this kind of training. Your QA person or QC person needs this kind of training, this much experience. So that's already covered. And I think it's, and the PM's got to lead this, but understanding what's important to the stakeholder and then transferring that to the design and construction team so that you can come up with what are those 2 or 3 factors that are really going to set us up for success. It's not, I wish I had a silver bullet and it was easy. I know out of the SCO Atlanta that there was a Tiger team that was working on trying to streamline some of these things. I think they got a bunch of stuff done. There's some changes on some folks on the team, but we had a member on that team, so we've been using some of their stuff for our things. I don't know, Scott, if you have any updates on that.
So we actually we have job tools ready. Just had a meeting last week with the SCO and SCO attorneys. So we have job tools ready to share with folks. We'll be housing them temporarily at the NAD SharePoint site. More information following soon, and then they'll be shared at the enterprise. But it gets to what you said, Scott, especially for those those actions less than, I'll say, $100 million, right? The ones that go up to the SCO office that are more elaborate and have source selection advisory councils. It's really for those lower, I'll call it lower dollars, if you want to call 100 or 50 million, $40 million projects. Try to streamline the best value process. Maybe sometimes we're using IFPs where we shouldn't. So in order to help with best value trade-offs, making sure the factors are really the things that are true discriminators of offers, right? Certain things, there's certain factors where everybody submitting can either be successful or be acceptable or get to it pretty quickly. What are those true things to discriminate, a better contractor? So we'll have those things available here probably within a week or so, Scott. Over.
I think so. I've been working on a source selection plan recently, and I think one thing that's been helpful is having the stakeholder be part of that. But it's also, well, opportunity and a challenge or a threat is that they have proposed some very, very specific, very detailed criteria, and I think it's useful to get their buy-in. So if the contractor is successful or unsuccessful in the future, they're already part of the team and who made that decision. But one thing that I found is helpful is continuing to ask, why is this important to us, and why do we think this would give us the best contractor? And just distill until we have something that the HQUSACE PDT is comfortable with. I don't think that we want to ever go ahead with something that isn't or we're not comfortable with, just because a stakeholder has told us to do so or thinks that that's the right thing to do. So I think it's important to push and pull until we get something that we as a whole PDT think will be successful.
And Tyler, you have a very staunch stakeholder, I think, that you're working with for that one specifically. So there's that area, right? So the input from the stakeholder, but also when it comes down to it, it's going to be our decision, right? So that's a tough, a tough balance you have there. Over.
Hey, I'll jump on the pre-award train. When I teach the design build prospect course, we talk about like the paradigm shift and how it's a different contract type and you're going to operate differently. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals are the same for any acquisition. It's what's the biggest risk to success for this project, and how do we tease out the right path forward before I'm locked into a contract with industry. And you just need to kind of sit there and say, hey, what might go wrong, or what typically goes wrong, or what's the hardest thing about working on, this installation or with this stakeholder or with this project type, and say, let's figure out a way to get that on the table through the source selection process. If you're really good, you're getting it on the table during industry days, long before you're in source selection, and you're actually getting feedback from industry early on what works or doesn't work on your source selections. So I think, sometimes people ask like, well, who do I include or who should have a say? I try to flip it a little bit and say, well, ask yourself who might get upset later on down the road. And bring them to the table early on and say, hey, what's the most important thing to you on this project? And then we, as the design and construction agent, we can kind of bring all that information together and come up with the right path forward. I'm always a little leery when a stakeholder or user group sends like one person to our meetings. I respect that, hey, that's great to have like a single belly button to push. But sometimes what's actually the concern or the risk from the greater stakeholder body isn't clearly communicated. And so there's no way for us to plan for success and build it into our source selection. So again, I think it was good Scott used the phrase constant communication or regular communication earlier. That's not just during construction when there's indirect costs on the line. It needs to be happening all the way through project delivery. That's what a world-class organization looks like. Over.
Great. Hey, so I'm just going to jump in here for a time check. We're at 8:17, so we're scheduled to have a break here in just a couple of minutes. So as we wrap up this portion, we're gonna take a break in just a few minutes, and then we'll jump over to the scheduled quantity. just want to open it up if there's any of the panel members that have something burning that they wanted to share or offer up. We do have one more comment in the chat from Brooke Patterson. She talked about the evaluation criteria and the SCO recommendations. So if you guys, that can be something to respond to and answer if you want to take a peek at the chat, or if there's anyone that had a last, hoorah, something to share related to this contractor partnering portion.
I think Brooke was trying to say what I said more nicely, more elaborately. So she helped to edify what I said. So thanks, Brooke, for that. But I think we spoke about here in the chat, and Kenny spoke to it, and Tyler, and I think Anthony spoke to it too. Is including construction, we can. No, they have limited resources as much up front in the design and source selection and all those things, instead of just like, hey, here's your contractor to complete this construction contract. Have fun. So whenever we can do that, right, and that's all part of that partnering process. I think the end results are usually better. Over.
Just one thing to circle back to when the contractor is actually working and underperforming, make sure some contracts keep it in and some don't. Give your team out there in construction the tools that they need to remove and replace individuals. Sometimes the superintendent can be removed if they're not performing, sometimes QC manager. If that's not baked into the contract, it makes it really hard for the team to get somebody who's dragging the project down and get them replaced. Over.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great role. That's a great role a PM can play. So, if you're going to the weekly meetings and stuff as a PM, see what's going on, sometimes it's hard, but you can also kind of play the outsider, right? You don't have any authority over the construction contract, so you can be there and just watch the dynamics, see if there is somebody who's an obstructionist, maybe, but then engage your construction team in contracting and talk about what changes from your perspective might help. Because sometimes, I know the folks in the field feel like they're on an island, and sometimes they are. Sometimes it just depends. And so it's our job to make sure that they're not.
I think Mike Darrow asked earlier about a 360 CPAR. So to be careful with that is the construction contractor will work that against us also, right? With the stakeholder, with, hey, COR XYZ or project engineer XYZ, they're being tough with us. They're not being realistic when it comes to mods or whatever that thing is, or council says this, or the KO says this, right? So united front on our side, our collective decision, we sort of work it out behind the scenes. And to the contractor and to the stakeholder, we should be a united HQUSACE front on whatever our decisions are. Over.
Yeah, just to circle back on just the T for D, if we're going to go ahead and try to bring that contractor over the finish line, to make sure that we don't relax on our requirements. The quality has to be there, so it's not a matter of just getting the contract done. We still have to maintain that quality, because worst thing, we don't want to go back again and do rework, have quality issues just because we were trying to get that contract done. So it's just something to keep in mind if we're not gonna do a T for D and try to work with that contractor.
Yeah, Matt, I say it all the time, right? The stakeholder doesn't remember a couple of years down the road if we were 6 months late, but they do remember when they go to open the door and the door handle falls off. And so that's, yeah.
Kenny, looks like you had a comment.
Yeah, did you see how Scott just took a jab at architects because his quality failure was door hardware? Thanks, man. So I was going to say,
it was installation. It was all about installation.
I didn't follow the right standard. No, I almost lost my train of thought there. But I think a key thing, a message that sometimes we forget to send to ourselves as we work with people is that partnering or collaboration or communication, whatever you want to call it, should never be intended to lessen the contractual requirements or lower the quality standard that we're trying to achieve. And oftentimes people think that's what that means, and it's not. And so I remember when we rolled out, like one of the first things we did with military programs and life cycle partnering was related to joint risk registers. a couple of years ago. And I was briefing at the construction management comp meeting, and somebody said, I brought up an example of like submittals. And I said, you know, you can really help a contractor if you ask them what's most critical to them and their subcontractors, hopefully tied to the critical path, but sometimes it may not be, and put emphasis on those elements and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to take 30 days to review your submittal. I called my DOR. I called the lead engineer for the Corps. We're going to try and look at this stuff faster for you because that would help you in this project. I'm not changing the contract. I'm saying that my duty as a design construction agent and through my submittal review contract submittal review process, I can get things to you faster. I'm being a good partner by prioritizing things that can help you. I didn't change the contract. I'm not doing anything different. I'm just leaning forward to help you. That doesn't mean that we're going to turn every submittal in 14 days. It means that if there's something critical to you, I will do my best to lean forward, prioritize, and get items and information back to you faster. That attitude can be applied to a lot of what we do. If you're sitting there and you're like, well, I got 30 days, I'll get to on day 28, and then you E-code it immediately because they left out, you know, data sheet or whatever, you are not helping the problem by being you know, that guy or a gal. It's important, especially for the younger workforce coming in that probably isn't offered the right training or the amount of training they need. We're throwing a lot of people in the agency into the fire and telling them to figure out that hey, you know, trust the process, don't lessen the standard of the contract, work with your contractors. We got to do a lot more of the soft skill training, I think. Because if it was always black and white and a robot would do it, well, we wouldn't have jobs. And so there is some subjectivity that applies in how you resolve issues with industry. So I'll leave you guys with that. I think we're nearing a break potentially.
Yeah, we're absolutely. I was going to say that's a great comment to kick us off into the break. We've got you know, we're coming right back to the same panel, so we can take. Let's take let's see. Do we want a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break? Yeah, it's crazy with virtual land. I don't know how much of a break we need. Let's just take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 5 past. 9. Is it 9:35? I'm trying to do the math on the time change. 9:35. We'll see you back online and kick off the next part 2 of the E&C PM synergies. Thanks, guys. Okay, well, it's 9:35, so we'll start to get ourselves back rolling on this next on part 2 of the panel. And while everyone's kind of getting their videos turned on and coming back to hit this panel discussion, I wanted to do something quick. I'm not sure if the hand raising option actually works on here. So in order to test that, the capability of WebEx, what I'd like to do is, I should have done this at the start of the panel, but this is an E&C and a PM synergies discussion. So I'd like to find out how many of us on the audience are in the PM group or in the E&C community. And we might have other communities, but at least just as a quick test, if you can raise your hand if you're a PM. All right, let's see what we got here. Got a lot of people listening. Thank you. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, those of you that are PMs, keep your hands raised. I want to see how many of the audience we actually get. So we got 132 participants, and I'm not doing the math super quick, but I can see there's a good number of PMs. And if you're on a PM, go ahead and leave your hand raised. If you are in the E&C community, please raise your hand. I'm gonna do that myself. All right. Hey, we got about half participation. So we've got some folks that are outside of the E&C community and the PM community. I should probably have a survey to get everybody, but thanks for that exercise. I just want to kind of get a sense of how many we have from the PM, and you can drop your hands. Thanks for that. So welcome to part 2 of this discussion. We're gonna jump into schedule and quality. Same panel. So thanks again to the panel members that have taken your time, and for the comments that we've had in the chat. And as mentioned before, if you'd like to bring something up, go ahead and raise your hand. Amy, you've got your hand up. If you want to speak, go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll call on you to interject into the panel. But we're going to kick off part 2. Before we do, are there any other opening or logistic comments from Amy or Ms. Baker?
I'm here, but this is just phenomenal. So glad to have everybody participating. Over.
Thanks, Amy. And again, thanks for the panel. So let's kick it off. We're gonna, I know just before we hit the break, I think it was both Matt and Kenny both started kind of discussing quality and schedules. I thought, oh, wow, we're already ready to roll into this next topic. But, PM and E&C communities, so the comment here may see these as differently and place more importance on one versus the other. So thoughts on that, just to kick us off. Schedule, quality, we often hear that. So I'm going to take myself out of the PM side. I'm an architect and I'm in engineering. So oftentimes what we're talking about right now has been kind of construction, getting things built at the tail end. And it's often the PM and the construction folks that are sitting hand in hand to kind of take that on. In fact, it's often more of the construction folks that are, driving down towards that final stage of the game. Schedule versus quality, how do we address this? How do we keep them both, both having merits, maintaining the schedule, maintaining quality? Sometimes one has to suffer for the other, or do they? These kinds of conversations. So who'd like to kick us off on the schedule or the quality issue? We got to have someone that's got a preference for one or the other.
Okay, I'll kick it off with some humor, I guess. So before I came to headquarters as a permanent employee, I did a couple different rotations. So I was working in Kansas City. I think I was like a GS 11 or 12, I don't know. And I'd worked on some national competitions and whatnot. Said, hey, let me go do the headquarters thing. And, initially it was oh, it'd be a good experience. I'm a Texas kid. I live in Kansas City. The East Coast will never be a permanent thing, right? Now look at me. but I remember very early on working with the chief architect, Scott Wick, we were doing some ECB for like sustainability or something, and how to like write some specs, something like that. And he sat me down and he said, "Hey, Kenny, I think what I've learned at headquarters is that whenever there's a problem that gets to the headquarters level, 9 times out of 10, 95 out of 100, we find that someone didn't follow the process." And I was like, "Oh, no, you headquarters person, you don't understand. It is so different in the field, and the different forces on a project. We have to have more latitude and professional judgment to adapt to the current situation. And so the process, actually isn't right." So now we fast forward a decade. I've been in DC for a while, and now I tell people that when a problem comes to my level, that it might be like 97, 98 times out of 100 somebody didn't follow the process. And I think too often times we short circuit the Corps of Engineers' way of doing business. And everybody in the field right now is like, "Oh my God, that headquarters guy on the screen right now, like, he doesn't get it." And I fully respect that we do need some latitude and we have to have room for professional judgment. Absolutely. But the deviating from the process or the fundamentals therein should be the exception and not the rule. And right now, I think the agency is a little out of balance. And we look at challenges, and they've got quite out of hand because we didn't actually follow the process. And sometimes that's design reviews. We just check the box, or BCOs was just a rubber stamp. Sometimes we're not following the 3-phase process out in the field. Sometimes I just use the same, schedule spec from the last contract because it was the same. And I was setting up the contractor to fail from the beginning. And we've really gotten away from the fundamentals of how a design and construction agent should operate. And when I look at, the workforce growing to some extent, we're relatively flat, all things considered, even though the workload has tripled. The HR, the turnover, not getting good on-the-job training, and not having, I shouldn't say inconsistent regulation. I think we're lacking some synchronization across our regulations that get PM, EC, contracting, everybody kind of working together. And hopefully the rollout of the new PDBP is going to help us there. There's been a lot of effort to get, a full team approach on that document and the appendices. But at the end of the day, I think the different perspectives we share is good. However, we got to sit down and talk about it. I don't need E&C assuming that I'm going to get a 3-week design duration, or excuse me, a design review duration at each increment of design deliverable. I don't need, PM assuming that, oh, this project's easier or it's just the same. And last time E&C did their reviews in a week, so I'm just going to set my schedule with 1-week design reviews and then tell the stakeholder that, oh, this is now your schedule, but I never coordinated with E&C on what the quality review process should look like. And those are easy obstacles to overcome if we just kind of sit down and talk, right? And so, that's not the solution to every problem we have, but too often times what I'm seeing is that we've strayed a little too far from the fundamentals of how we establish schedule milestones and how we follow our quality processes. So I'll stop there.
Boy, that was a mouthful. Lots to unpack there. I don't even know how to respond. I think a lot of what you said comes down to things we mentioned in the previous session about being one team, one HQUSACE, one government, and getting all on the same page and aligned before we proceed down a plan. And what is a schedule but a plan of how we're going to execute this project? I think one fundamental difference between schedule and quality is very often schedule is reported vertically, and quality, we just don't have a good way to discuss it. You know, what does it mean? How do we talk about it? How do we see it? I think we recognize it when our door handle falls off the front door and when we go to, you know, right after the ribbon cutting. But how do we recognize it before that? And the best process we have now, well, is our review, is our quality management processes, which I think by and large districts, PDTs, they know the process. We do a review, we get a 35% design, we do a review, we put comments in Dr. checks, it comes back at 65%, rinse and repeat until we're done, BCOES certificate, it's good. But I don't know that everyone is, to Kenny's point, has really been indoctrinated into those processes. What's the intent behind them? What are we actually doing? Are we just pulling up UFCs and scrolling through? Are we just going based off of our prior experience or knowledge? Are we really targeting what the quality objectives or the stakeholders' objectives are when we do our reviews? What level of review are we doing? And I think that can be a challenge. And I think everybody probably would say, oh, I know what I think we're all on the same page. And then if you got everybody in a room by themselves and ask them, what does a quality review look like? We would receive, I don't know, how many people are there in the Corps of Engineers? 50,000 different answers. And so I think that I think that a PM can help our E&C team by working through what are the stakeholder objectives and help building alignment in the intent of the review, intent of our quality management, making sure we actually planned for quality management, ensuring we have those review times built in, ensuring we've just discussed what does a review look like on this project? Who's doing it? What are they considering? And why does that matter to the success of this?
Yeah, so Tyler, you brought up a great thing, and I would just say, who says schedule and quality have to be separate and independent, right? They're tied at the hip. I do want to give Kenny a shot. You know, I mentioned a door handle, and I'm bashing architects, but Tyler mentions it, and it's okay. But I think it's really important, and you're right, that is the PM's role, right? So if you, not to get all dorky and reference ERs and stuff, but if you look at ER 5-1-11, it's the PM's responsibility to be the voice of the stakeholder, and that includes quality. And so there are some aspects of schedule that are fundamental to quality. So we're doing a lab building that has probably upwards of, you know, $100+ million worth of expensive high-end tools and equipment that are going to fit into it. Our stakeholder doesn't want to have those delivered to the site either 6 months too early or 6 months too late. And so knowing when they're going to be able to move those tools into a completed building is part of the quality for that. Now, that doesn't mean it drives everything. It just means there needs to be constant communication about that, and everybody's got to be on the same page. And I think sometimes, you know, we look at that triangle and we think that you know, you've got to sacrifice one thing for the other. And Tyler's right. We can measure cost and we can measure schedule. Quality is a pretty nebulous thing, other than I know it when I see it. And so I think I sound like a broken record about communication, but it is. It's all about the communication, right? And understanding and making sure that we all understand people don't see things from our perspective. So if you're a mechanical engineer and you're looking at an HVAC system, you might define quality a certain way. Well, you need to be able to articulate that to me, the dumb PM, who only knows that an HVAC system has something that either gets things hot or cold and a fan that blows it through. Other than that, I'm at a loss. I was just a civil engineer. So I think we all need to remember that. We all need to kind of step back and remember that when we convey these things and convey the why. You know, why is it important? Why do we have to care about these certain things? And one thing I want to throw in that we sometimes do a better job at than other times, the handoffs, right? The ECIs that we can do between design and construction, start those early and have it just be a constant dialogue, because construction should be involved in the design process, so that at the end, everybody does understand, why does this code matter? Why does that code matter? Why does this particular requirement in a feature matter? I don't know how else to kind of explain that. I don't know.
Scott, I have a good war story on how the PM can help in that role, because there was an addition, this is going back about 10 years, up at Fort Drum, a hospital addition. And it was one of the first things I got involved in where there was a commissioning hang up and they just couldn't get through the commissioning process. And I went up there and there were like, oh, I don't know, almost 100 VAV boxes and 7 or 8 air handling units, and everything was working perfectly fine and everything was balanced. And, you know, everything seemed to, on paper, to be testing out. And there was one room where the noise level was a little bit high. And in this one room, the noise level was, you know, out of maybe 200 rooms, there was one room where the noise level was a little bit high. And it was because it was right next to the mechanical room. And during the construction process, the team had approved, they had a top discharge air handler and they approved a side discharge, you know, met all the performance requirements, blew the cold air, blew the hot air, everything was fine, but it just happened to be up against the wall to this adjacent room. Now, what the team didn't know, you know, the mechanical engineer who reviewed that and said, no, it's perfectly fine, it meets the requirements. He didn't know that on the other side of that wall was going to be the commander's office. He was moving into that office. It was the only VIP office in the hospital, and it happened to be next to the mechanical room, and it happened to be the one room where the mechanical reviewer okayed a unit that met all the performance spec, but was going to make that next room noisy because the wall was getting the brunt. The duct was actually in contact with the wall, and the wall was shaking as a result of that air handling unit. But like, you know, 199 other rooms were perfectly fine, getting all their air, no noise. This one room, and it was the only room that mattered, and they didn't find that out until they got to commissioning. So it was all built. It was too late to swap out the unit. You know, they wound up just beefing up the wall and basically adding mass to deaden the noise. But if that one critical requirement had been conveyed, you know, that mechanical reviewer might have said, hey, you know, your unit is going to work, but it's going to make this one important room noisy, so please don't do it. And it could have been settled that easily and would have never been a problem, but they didn't know. So that's the kind of thing where, again, the PM just staying engaged in the project can be the person who raises their hand and says, hey, whatever you do, don't do anything that makes that one room a little bit too noisy, because it's going to be a problem. And the other rooms, maybe they could suffer 5%, but this one can't. Over.
Yeah, I want to hit on something that you mentioned,
Absolutely.
Anthony. And that is the consistency, you know, of having, because we have, you know, one of the struggles with quality is you get folks in construction that often, you know, banter a little bit with engineering saying, come on guys, like you just gave us a load of crap, you know, and we have to deal with it and answer it, because every question has to be answered, every problem has to be solved. But oftentimes we kind of sit in silos, you know, between engineering, construction, and, you know, where does PM sit along? So one thing that's great about PM is they have the ability to kind of see that life cycle, you know, cradle to grave all the way through, and have that consistency and kind of pull that quality from one or to the other. So I wonder if someone can address that of, you know, how do we best practice or get better at pulling the right people in at the right times? You know, for example, having construction folks sitting on the, you know, really engaging in the BCLES, or, you know, being there to sign off on a design review, you know, when it's critical, and having, you know, getting those best practices from engineering bleed over into the construction. You know, there's lots of spotlights that are coming out to address those. I know Tyler's been talking about that. Tyler and Anthony both been talking about that with DCEs. But how do we keep that? The PM has the unique position where they get to see essentially cradle to grave, but often other entities, you know, even the stakeholder sometimes gets out of the picture in some of these stages. How can we better enhance quality as PMs?
So for New England, I'll just give you an anecdote. It's slowly happening more, but honestly, it came out of, you know, crisis, I guess. So our business model is hard, right? We are staffed based on the projects we have. We try to keep the costs down for our stakeholders. And so we don't have a lot of float. As much as I encourage folks in engineering and construction and other places to budget their people at 85%, nobody's budgeted at 85%, right? Everybody's got a full plate and then some. Things are spilling off the sides. And so I think sometimes it does take sort of a crisis where you've got an oh crap moment, and you're able to save things to make people realize that, you know, Todd, you mentioned BCOES. If construction isn't engaged until BCOES, we already failed. It's just that BCOES is like the last gasp check to make sure, yeah, this isn't something stupid. But all the stuff we're talking about needs to be built in from the concept on. And until everybody understands that, you know, yeah, you might be in the field and you might have a construction project that's ongoing, but your participation in this 35% design review meeting is just as important as that. It's going to be a continuous battle for the PMs to get the folks they need engaged early enough. Now that all comes at the cost, and so it is incumbent on, you know, PMs to convey to the stakeholders that, you know, that there is more cost associated with this because we've got more people involved, but it's going to help us in the end because we're going to get a better project. And so it's a drum I know I continually beat in New England. It's, you know, I'd be curious to hear how others are tackling it. But it's hard. And I just saw a note about, you know, resident engineers being invited to everything from the planning charrette on. That's great, but then that just puts the pressure on the resident engineer, right? So unless they actually have the time to go to all these things, they're then stuck with, all right, do I deal with this crisis in construction or do I go to this planning charrette? Well, I'm probably going to go do this thing in construction because it has real costs that are happening today if I don't do it. So yeah, I wish I had a great answer, but I don't.
Yeah, and I'll add, you know, with the schedule, you know, the construction really should be involved with the PM on establishing that construction schedule, and that's not always seen. I mean, a lot of times it's you know, 1 year is the default, you know, to build a building, but it could be complex, and maybe it's really should be a 2-year project, or maybe you can do it in less than a year. But you know, that discussion is not always. I haven't seen that in my experience, where usually it's established with the stakeholder, and the stakeholder, of course, wants their building as early as possible. So that's one area I think we can improve upon, where we involve, you know, construction with that schedule, because they know best. They know how to, you know, how to build a building. They know what's going to be difficult, challenges, and they can add that, you know, working with engineering on the design. And if it's a complex design or some features that are going to take longer, they could highlight that over.
So this is the bad Scott. So I look at it using ARA projects and the most recent BRAC, right, where there were certain deadlines to make awards. And what that did is it rushed everyone to complete designs. It minimized submittal review. It pushed things to after award. And you all have these these days, right, for different programs, you know, one-off projects. So, right, like wow, like I didn't know that. Everybody knows that, right? So the less time you have, when we force certain deadlines and dates on ourselves, it decreases quality, right? So how do we fix that? No idea. How do we fix that? Not sure. But part of it has to be some type of communication up the chain, right? Like, hey, this is going to fail. If we do it this way, this is going to fail. Or elaborate those risks to the stakeholder and get some type of agreement from them, or, you know, hey, here's some known risks if we go this approach, if we go by this date. Over.
Yeah, Scott, Acone hit on resourcing earlier, kind of from that top level, making sure everybody's got the support they need to do the things they're supposed to do. And it's definitely hindered construction's ability to engage at times. You know, you look at all things that would not be funded by SNA. Anecdotally, I hear a lot that, oh, we didn't get funding, you know, to do design reviews, or the funding came too late. I can't charge SMA for that kind of stuff, because RM and in recent memory, the chief of engineers was beating on everybody about S&A. And so guess what? The work just doesn't get done. The design review doesn't get done. And, you know, I think if project teams at the very beginning, and it seems silly, but as we actually do, you know, budget and schedule management and our PMPs, sit down and say, hey, here's the right people, or here's the offices that need to be involved at all these checkpoints through project delivery, planning all the way through, and make sure we've got a budget for it. Then suddenly, as you overlay an entire district's workload, I think my construction teams can say, hey, you know what? From an affordability standpoint, I can bring on like 3 or 4 more people into the division. They don't all have to charge S&A or, you know, Civil Works CG funds. There's actually going to be some P&D funds that are going to come into my office such that I can provide, you know, those appropriate design reviews and attend those meetings. That doesn't make it easier for somebody in Scott's position. There's probably always only going to be one DPM, right? There's going to be one chief of construction and one chief of engineering. So even as our teams below us grow, there's still going to be choke points where we, you know, can't resolve issues quickly. But I think that's been one of those corners that we shortcut, you know, and maybe we make a mistake in one project on how we resource it, but the project goes okay. And then we're like, well, I can just do that again. And then suddenly you get 2 or 3 project cycles down the road where we've forgotten to make sure that the full team has at least been consulted with. They may not necessarily need to physically attend, you know, an all-day design review meeting or whatever, but we haven't actually let the full team weigh in on what the challenges are. And as those things kind of snowball from a quality process, I think that then backs us into some unrealistic schedule milestones. And, you know, Scott, I'm giving you way too much credit on this panel, and they're recording it. And so I don't know, this probably hurt me in the future, but you mentioned the lab project. And basically all those things are critical path long lead items, but they still follow the same sort of quality and submittal process. And if we don't identify that these are super critical and super long lead items, we may not appropriately adjust how we deliver those things. And the guy or gal that knows most, probably not a Corps of Engineers employee. And so we got to factor in the stakeholder influence and the users and the real experts that are there. Over.
It's okay if it's recorded, Kenny. Like I said, I learned it all from you. It's all right. Hey, you know, it just made me think of something. I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, so I'm probably going to catch a lot of heat. But so DCEs, right? So Matt, the ones you do at the district, and you know, Kenny, I know you used to do them for headquarters. That if we do them right, that's a way we can share a lot of this information. Like Kenny said, like, somebody might do something a certain way and think it's great because it worked, but we were just lucky. There's no real way to know that unless you've got kind of a depth and breadth of different experiences where things have gone well and things have gone not so well. And the more we can share that across, the better off we are. And so, you know, I would just encourage folks. I've had the pleasure of being on several headquarters DCEs, and if they come to your project as a PM, yeah, it's a pain, I get it, but there's a lot of value in that too, right? Talk to the folks on the other team, try to learn from their experiences, and it's how we can share lessons back and forth across the enterprise so that you're getting more experience to help you with this schedule and quality stuff. Because I've used this analogy before, but as engineers and scientists and architects, we're kind of like doctors, right? You only know what you've seen. And if you haven't seen it before, you got to go look it up somewhere. And so, you know, the more you can build that base, the better off we are as an organization.
God, this is Alan. Thank you. I think those were kind words on our DCE program. And
yeah, it was recorded, Alan. I'm writing this down.
Oh, it's recorded. Excellent. Yeah. No, I'm sure you'll agree. We've made some great strides in the program over the last few years, and are getting much better at getting the word out to folks. If anybody's got any ideas how we can get the word even further, especially with PMs, I'm not sure people hear anything about a DCE program. I see the comments and some folks don't even know what the acronym meant. That would be great. I know now we've got, or Tyler, Anthony, and Matt have instituted kind of an E&C spotlight that have distilled some of what we found in our DCEs down to a single page document that we send out to the E&C community. That may be better. We could send it out to the entire NAD community and everybody gets to see it. They're one-page documents. They come out about once a month. Like I said, they're newly initiated. And to focus on stuff that we've seen over and over again in the DCE program. And we're expanding now to a design and construction assessment program, which is similar to DCE, but a little bit more focused. So again, we just want to identify best practices, identify some lessons learned, but make them known to everybody, not just a select few that are actually on the DCE team or that are on the outbriefs that we give. Over.
I'll sign up my fellow DPMs. I mean, short of sending it to everybody, if you just want to send it to the E&C community and then send it to the DPMs, I'm happy to distribute it to the PMs in New England because I agree. The more we get that word out, the better.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Alan. And I'll just pipe up and say there's some good chatter going on in the chat box. One of the things I guess I want to touch on, and I don't know that we can hit every single comment because there's a lot, and a lot of you panelists are responding, so thank you for that. But one topic came up was technology, and how do we utilize technology that we have to maybe, I think I'm going to summarize, which is essentially that there's a lot of busy work that we could be better utilizing our time, doing the things that matter. And so from your all perspectives, are there things out there that we could get or that we have and don't utilize that related to technology to support our, schedule, collaboration, and quality measures?
I'll jump in. So right now, the busy stuff is like stupid busy. It's out of control. I'll be the first to say it. And part of it is because, Kenny started it this way. We have 3 times the workload. And with that comes this expectation that we're going to get things into systems. That said, a lot of this stuff came up somewhat unexpectedly. So we're coordinating with folks outside of the core to figure out our schedules and our spend plans. And, now our spend plans are 5 years out if you're in civil works. That takes time. There's a ton of pressure to get stuff into P2 and other things. And that's pulling a lot of PMs and especially my programs folks in a lot of different directions, to the point where I told them, tell me what your plan is, do what you can. I'd rather just have you spend your time telling me what we got done every month, and I'll explain why we're still red, than trying to work 90 hours a week to try to answer why every single RTA 5-year expenditure, whatever, isn't in the system. And so we need to take an appetite suppressant on that. Honestly, it's going to be August before we have our hands around this, whether people like it or not, and that's going to contribute to a lot of burnout. Once that's in there, I think ClickSense, EDW, some of these other tools that we have will be much more useful as people learn to use them more. There's a lot of capability in there, and we have to get the data in, and the data has to be good. It's just that the data is not going to get in there in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's going to be 3 months. So I think we're slowly getting there. I just don't know how. It's going to take a while. And then the other thing I think we need to look at is, and I was not a fan of this for a long time, project control offices, right? Get some analysts, some schedulers, and try to take some of that administrative burden off of PMs. As much as I am a fan of, the PM has to own the schedule, you can still have a scheduler and have the PM on the schedule. The PM doesn't have to be the one in P2 every day. They just need to understand this is the schedule, this is where we are, this is what we're managing to, and these are the risks. And then they need to spend their time communicating that to others outside. And so we're slowly doing that. We just hired a really good scheduler in New England, actually. So we're lucky. The timing worked out well. And we're trying to move more towards that.
Yeah, Scott, you bring up a good point on project controls. It's like, as I mentioned, you know, within the construction community, if I can see a workload that has a funding stream, I can take on the risk of hiring more people. And I would like to think that, you know, hopefully in the PM community, y'all can see that with those, you know, schedule and budget analysts to provide support. And for some reason you aren't getting that support, then a broader conversation needs to be had. Potentially one of the solutions is we need to work more regionally. And you know, it's like if one district's like, well, this is really only a half FTE of work, I'd rather just, you know, spread that across the full team. And there's another district this is a half FTE of work, and I'd rather just spread it across the full team. I wonder, you know, is there a solution? Can we work there to create a cell or a controls team to support both districts or you know, multiple PDTs? Because I think we're past the point. I made a comment in the chat earlier, and I received a little resistance to it, that I think the whole agency is stretched pretty thin. You can't look at a $25 billion portfolio and an employee count of 34,000, and now look at an $85 billion portfolio and an employee count of like 34,700 and say that we aren't all getting crushed. It's you know, and the work has gotten more complex too. And there's districts that primarily on the civil works side, they've taken a lot of that through the civil works supplementals and IIJA, where it's peaks and valleys. You know, some districts are relatively flat. And Joe just had a really good point. We don't say no. Essay-ons, right? Man, that gets us into a lot of trouble. It is okay to say yes with caveats and to communicate that, hey, we can do this, but we need to have a legitimate conversation about staffing or contract support to get these kinds of things done. Over.
Hey, I'll tack on. I saw the comments in the chat about overburdened PMs getting burned out. And I'll just throw in, from the E&C perspective, the engineering technical lead should be joined at the hip with the PM, in my opinion. And they should be, when we're talking about schedule and quality, I mean, in our regulations, they are the proponent for quality, and they should really be working with the PM, I mean, throughout the entire life cycle of the project. But paying attention to those quality processes, the stakeholders' quality objectives, and working with the PM to help alleviate some of that burden directly from the PM. But I think it is a collaborative effort. So it's not just one person, it's two. And well, it's a team.
Yeah, and Tyler, you know, just like really like small, simple things I've seen. And of course, like being at the headquarters for as long as I have, like I don't see the day-to-day work as much anymore. I see like the bigger projects. But you know, sometimes I think, you know, if a project's in construction, you know, the construction team maybe shoulders more than they should. Or for projects in design, it's at ETL or the PM shouldering it all. And we got to sit back and say, hey, wait a second, how can we help each other? So this is a very simple tactic for a project that gets vertically briefed. I first saw this in Sacramento when the mega project stuff kicked off, and it was the Folsom Dam. And so, you know, quarterly reporting up to the MSC SES. Every single slide in their briefing packet had an individual POC on it. And sometimes that was someone from engineering, sometimes it was someone from construction. They had multi-phase and some accelerated contracts or expedited contracts. And it was a full team effort to develop all of that briefing. And then they worked together to deliver the briefing. that seems so simple, but I don't see it that much. It seems like the PM community feels like they have to create everything and they have to orchestrate the updating of everything. And then they have to spend the time getting smart on every single slide because we need one briefer in a presentation. In some cases, we do need one briefer in a presentation. But in a lot of cases, I think we can have a better team approach to what's going on. Same thing with like contingency management, pre or post award. We're all in that, right? It's all on all of us to solve it. But too often times it becomes, well, it's only this one singular deliverable. It only gets briefed in this meeting by this person. And we're putting walls up and taking on too much individually. And that's, like leading to some burnout. So it's just, food for thought and how we, really and I don't want to say that the buzzwords of like revolutionize or innovate aren't valuable, but we have to all get on board with it to make it meaningful. And we have to think about doing business in a different manner today than we did 6-7 years ago. I'm one of the young ones in the agency, and we're dramatically different. What is on our plate is dramatically different than when I got into the Corps, 13, 14 years ago. And we honestly need to step back again, like the fundamentals of how we, the key risks we should communicate and how we work together, hopefully are still the same. But how we actually deliver, PowerPoint, Microsoft Teams, I hope everybody is using and crushing it. You want to talk about collaboration and getting stuff done. There's great things to do there. Someone else talked about technology and automating some things. Got some work to do in the agency there, but I think there's some opportunities to do some better collaboration and come with that one team approach that Tyler was getting at.
Yeah, I'll add, for the betterment of a project, everyone brings something to the table. So others in engineering, even construction, might know if the additional borings might be needed or, more survey is needed before it goes out on the street. So, I mean, it's really just for the benefit that we all work together and bring something. So it's just inviting everyone to those meetings, to all those design meetings and, engineering and construction. I think that in the long run, I think we'll have a better project.
I'm interested too, like in the spirit of like dialogue. I see some things in the chat. Like, what do you all in the districts think? Like, what maybe holds you back from maybe the greater collaboration, or you feel like is handcuffing you to, square peg, round hole, whatever you want to call it, to rush delivery? So y'all can just like blow up the chat, or if anybody wants to pose a question to the panel. Feel free. That's the problem of being at like an MSC or headquarters is we're not in the day-to-day fight, and so we have kind of our perspective. But sometimes there's things in our blind spots that we just don't know about, and it's hard to affect change from the higher headquarters. Contracting hasn't said much. Is Bad Scott still there? I don't know if he has any thoughts. Competing priorities, Barry said, yeah. It's all priority one, right? It's all tier one projects.
Hey, Kenny, I am still here. I had one separate question, and it backs up a little bit from what you're saying, but I know different districts across the Corps, even at NAD, have engineering and construction separate. Some have like E&C together at Chief, some have engineering, some have construction. What have you seen from your perspective? Does one work better than the other? Is it good having them separate? Is there something for having them together?
So I grew up in Kansas City, so separate engineering and construction divisions. I am a fan of having separate. I fully respect that in some of the smaller districts, there could be a budget concern of how that branches out, because it's not really just adding one position. There's a domino effect. And so it's more than one GS salary. There's some grades that are going to inflate on the E and or C side of the house if you were to split something. But man, we have a lot of responsibilities in this agency. And, you know, when I look at, as a whole, the E and C community across the agency is around 93 or 9,400 personnel. And how some offices do like IPOs, and we've got ops districts that count things differently. We're still like just short of 1/3 of the agency has an engineering and or construction responsibility, yet it can be represented by, say, 1/7 of a corporate board when you're in the combined function. That's a head scratcher to me. And I'll put on my, you know, E&C champion hat of all the responsibilities we have and the skill sets we can bring to the table. I'd also like to have 2 votes at a corporate board and potentially 2 different perspectives of E versus C at a corporate board rather than one person shouldering all of it. So if I were king for a day, I think it should be separate. You know, one other anecdote, some of the smaller districts, the 05 commands, are predominantly where we see the combined, but that's not the rule. Their workload used to be, I would say, simpler, or more traditional, more repetitive. As the agency has grown, the diversity of the projects and services we provide has grown. You probably need to build expertise in both functions, and that's going to be easier by having 2 separate, you know, GS-15 leaders at a district.
Thanks, Kenny. I
Yeah,
appreciate
hey,
that
Kenny,
perspective.
I agree with you. I mean, we have them separate, and when I was engineering chief, we were engineering and planning. Talk about a weird combination. And I actually reorganized to get planning out for that very reason, right? Planning and engineering aren't the same. They couldn't be more different. And I really couldn't provide the support to both because they are different. And as much as engineering and construction have some commonalities, there's a really different focus between the two. And I think having 2 different senior leaders in the district to bring those perspectives to bear is pretty important, which is why we've stayed with separate engineering and construction. And then I see some of the things in the chat. So Athena brought up a point about training, and I know so I started with the Corps a long time ago, and things were different then. There seemed to be a lot more money around, federal money, so it wasn't stakeholder money that we were worried about spending. And so there was a lot more on-the-job training, right? So whether you were a PM, whether you were a project engineer, whether you were just a junior engineer coming into, engineering, you worked with a senior person for a while, and you learned from them. And maybe your boss went to your meetings with you for a while to make sure understood what was being said and how it applied to you. And I do think we need to find a way to get back to more of that. There's got to be some kind of balance in there. But again, I understand our business model conflicts with that to some degree too, because we're trying to be lean and we're trying to do things smartly. But I do think there are opportunities there to do more on the job training. And what I would challenge, everybody on this call with too, is you can do that. So you can do that if you have a new PM in the group, invite them to some of your meetings. And similarly, if you're in construction or whatever else, you've got a new QA or you've got a new project engineer or whatever it is, have them come take a walk on your site. A day of additional cost on a project or to overhead or whatever, it's not going to make or break the project, but it can definitely shape how that new individual kind of does their job and develops into their job and grows into the role they need to fill. So, we can all participate in that.
At times it's like, it doesn't even have to be an overhead expense. It could be accepting that the junior person is going to be maybe 30% inefficient compared to the senior person. And so you can budget that. And as long as we're out in front with what our budget projections are, I would like to think the agency supports delivering, what the chief says is winning, the, on time, quality, under budget, and safely. I would love to hear that from construction chiefs that, hey, I need a little bit of a draw on S&A this year because I just hired 5 new people and I know that this one resident office is going to be a little inefficient. Just get it out there right from the beginning. Then it's all good. But hiring the people, not saying anything, working your issue for too long, and then we get to a midpoint and I've got a small district that suddenly has, $600,000 draw, then Tyler and Matt and everybody gets a red flare. I get a flare, and it's not necessary when we knew all along what the risk was. We just didn't get out in front of it with, getting the people together or getting the right training program set up. We need to invest in that. I know my team's working on a reboot of the area office university so that we don't have to wait on prospect. I would love to see that indoctrination for 4 to 6 weeks when I hire somebody in construction. It doesn't have to be the 2-year CP18 rotation. It needs to be the key aspects of their job that they're going to face over the next couple of years. Then I'll augment them with some other training through their development, 7, 9, 11, 12, all that good stuff. But I think we've caused some of those issues ourselves. And we think training equals overhead and there's nothing I can do. That's not always the right answer. There's more that can be done.
I mean, I've seen junior employees be assigned with senior employees on projects where we're requesting $20,000 or $30,000 for in-house budget. So on projects where we have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars on in-house budget, we can definitely afford to do that. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, and I fully respect that. We've done some good things with S&A management. The governance isn't where it needs to be, but by golly, we finally got the rates increased. And that doesn't solve everything because there's still projects that are going to be losers. And it's not just S&A they're going to be losers on. They're going to be on the P&D or SRM side on the front end. They're going to be losers. And we're constantly fighting that, right? And so I'm not saying that, just go spend a bunch of money and everything will be fine. But we got to sit down and have that honest conversation through leadership, such that, the people in Scott's position as a DPM can say, hey, you know what, I'm comfortable carrying this message up the chain. I want to make sure that my mid and SWID chiefs understand what's going on, such that, Ms. Baker, Mr. Koenig know what's going on. And I'll tell you, it's not necessarily bad news. It's just the reality of the situation of where we're at in this agency. And when a project team or a division can come to the headquarters and say, hey, here's the risk that we face, and here's our approach to handling it, I'm generally always going to be supportive. I'm going to help you carry that message and give you the top cover that you need to make sure that the workforce can appropriately deliver things on time and with a high level of quality. I'll work with you on the budget. I'll work with you on all of them. But that's the key, is that we got to be willing to let our guard down and talk about what the real challenges are going to be and how we can help each other.
Kenny, in case anybody out there didn't hear that, one of the things that Matt and Tyler and I found on projects that had issues is that the team knew they were missing something. They were missing an SME, they were missing support in something, and they were reluctant or afraid to ask. So should they ask for help as soon as they know they're missing something? I just wasn't clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way I was trained, like in the private sector, was consultants are there for a reason. They're there to fill gaps, and your brother and sister districts can fill gaps for you. When I worked at the district level and we had these weird kind of wave tops of workload, we would even AE out specific disciplines rather than just contract the entire design. We would retain ownership of the overall package, but I might hire a structural engineer for a complex structural system from industry to augment my GS employee, architect, electrical, mechanical, so on and so forth. And so the way we should be agile and adapt to these challenges does mean that, all right, I have a gap. There is not a thing wrong was saying, I have a gap and I need to get support. I would like to think that most times that can be handled within an MSC, but if it can't, that's why you have community of practice leaders at headquarters. You know, I love it when I get the messages that are like, hey, we cannot find, you know, a low voltage controls expert that's available in the next 6 weeks to come out and help me resolve an issue. That's a very simple, like, Teams message to the guys like Anthony and the other senior construction engineers and the agency to say, hey, is there anybody out there that we could borrow for 6 weeks to send them TDY to, you know, New York or Philly or wherever? That's why we're here. That's why we exist. It's not to just write policy and jam it down your throat. It's to support the community. So absolutely, I'm telling you that the senior leaders in headquarters, and also I would say outside of the building, across the river at the Pentagon and on the Hill, they seem to be much more receptive to us saying, hey, here's where I've got a weakness and here's what I'm doing to make it different, rather than just, oh, I got it. It's my baby. It's my project in my district. I don't need to talk to anybody. 34,000 people. We all got to try and pull in one direction and break down these barriers.
Yeah, and we try to add that in all our COP calls. I know, you know, I have a AE management COP call, and Tyler has the architecture COP call and the commissioning COP call by Anthony. So that's the first thing we discuss in the start of any meeting: a workload workforce. You know, where do you have needs that we can help you with regionally, and look regionally where we could share our resources, and also who might be looking for work. And there's always some district, actually, they have you know, mechanical, electrical engineer that might be looking for work. So that's not always out there. That's what we're trying to do, more of that with our COP meetings. The first agenda item is to go over the workload workforce, especially with the new, you know, IIJA work and DERSA work coming down the pike.
I think in NAD, we do a pretty good job. So especially in the ENC community, well, engineering primarily community, we do a pretty good job of sharing resources and sharing work. And even across the DPMs, if there's something that it makes sense to try to do in-house, we broker stuff all the time back and forth, depending on what's going on. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm going to go full circle here and go back to the beginning when Kenny said, you know, we have 34,000 people that we're doing a $25 billion program. Now we have an $84 billion program. We have 34,700. There's a common theme throughout the chat on this. There is a lot going on. And we, you know, unfortunately, everything flows downhill. And so when you're the PM and you're the project engineer and you're the designer, it all lands on you. And so I think the important thing in all of this, you know, whether it's an underperforming contractor, whether it's the conflict between getting something done sooner or, you know, maybe perceiving to compromise quality, because I won't say we trade quality for schedule. We shouldn't. But the important thing is you have to communicate that. So push it up. Sometimes you're going to meet resistance, make a lot of noise. When you need help, let people know you need help. You can't always cry wolf, but we've got to talk about these things. We've got to keep raising it. We've got to hire. That's going to get more and more difficult as time goes on, because you know, you see the reports. There's 2 jobs for every working age adult in the country. So I think, you know, we're going to be dependent on you to some degree. Like I said, I started and there weren't laptops. So yeah, I can get into ClickSense, I can run reports, I can do things, but a lot of you are probably a whole lot more savvy at that than I am. And so if there are better ways to do things, start socializing it. And even if you can't maybe necessarily win over, you know, the DPM or the program manager or whatever, socialize it among your peers. It's amazing how many revolutions start at the bottom and work their way up, right? So, you know, I think we can all help each other to try to lessen some of this burden to the extent we can, and know that we're all aware of it too, and we're trying to make things better and get systems and processes and better things in place to help. Sometimes the bureaucracy fights against us, but that comes with working for the Army. So, and no, Barry, I don't mean PM revolt. We're not taking over the world. There's already that perception out there. We don't need to fuel that.
Hey, Athena, I see your comment in there on design build. It's picking up steam across the core, but I'd say Kansas City and Baltimore are probably your two best districts as how their evolution in the design build arena has gone. Tyler chimed in there, Europe making a lot of improvements as well. So it's out there. Sometimes that's another thing. We have to break down the barriers on how we're doing things, or the revolution that's happening at the staff level is man, there's always this fear that when you do something different, if you share it vertically, you're going to be told no and to stop doing it. I can tell you from construction, that's not my style. I can't speak for every element of headquarters, but we have to get comfortable challenging the norm and saying, hey, I think this is a better approach, and here's something that's working for me. The good ideas are out there, and we're not sharing them. Earlier, somebody, when I asked about things that are resistant or holding you back from the good collaboration, is lessons learned. I know my team's trying to break that down. We're trying to use the KM portal and build something that's more collaborative for lessons learned, because we need people with information at their fingertips, because that's who we are now, right? We're all looking at each other through a computer screen. We're not over the cue ball today. We may never be. Not my preference, but the world has changed, and so we need to get more digital. We need to share those lessons learned. And get things out there.
Yeah, thanks for that comment, Kenny. I was wanting to lead that or jump into a discussion about knowledge management. It seems like some of the threads that are coming up on the chat relate to either training or technology or sharing lessons learned or capturing. And we have some tools that are out there. I mean, I know when I came over to Europe District, there were multiple methods, and it was chaotic to know which one to use, but it feels like we're starting to hone in on, Teams as a solid platform that's consistent now, allowing us to create and share across, across CONUS, OCONUS, across different districts. But the knowledge management platform seems to be great. And I guess I'll throw out a question to the panel related to our workplace transformation. We've had this COVID scenario that's forced us into getting better digitally, being able to maintain our mission. But do we have any lessons learned from, things that we learned that were able to that can help us move forward in a more positive way now that we're starting to, get back to some kind of normal, whether that's telework, hybrid with, in the office, but as it relates to the PM and E&C community, what did we learn from the last 2 years that can help us move forward at a better pace?
So I'll share a concern I have, Todd, and I would say it almost borders of fear. I don't know that we've been successful during COVID. I'm not going to know until all the work products that were created get built. And yeah, I'm putting my hard hat on, but it was really telling at a town hall we had at headquarters, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months into the pandemic. And everybody was like, it's great. I don't have my 2-hour commute in DC. I'm more productive. I'm happier. And then a week later, we found out that headquarters had missed a lot of their deadlines, and our internal metrics or chief's reports or whatever. It was so wait a second, everybody said they were more productive, yet our productivity had gone down, and we gave you all, more personal time in your life because you weren't commuting. And so I'm not going to wave the victory yet on COVID until we see what things look like. And by golly, as honest teammates and supportive colleagues of one another, if we've had challenges, we can't just blame COVID. we have to look at what we did or didn't do and say, hey, this is something that was how we delivered and performed our jobs. It wasn't just, yeah, COVID. I don't want that to be a crutch for everybody. But I'll tell you the thing that I think has meant most to me is probably our use of Microsoft Teams. You know, like when I used to partner up with Anthony and Tyler and Matt, we were, you know, reviewing a project. We did a DCE. It was like, okay, here's the template file. Everybody email me your template. And then some unlucky person has to combine everything into one file. Now it's all right there in Microsoft Teams. You can all work, and again, it's like just the Office suite, but you can all work together on the same document. You don't have to worry about version control and safety. It's all built in. You can see where people are working together. You can see what you're doing. In theory, we've been doing that with BIM for a decade. I know we're probably not where we should be on the design side, but you really have to embrace it. You can't, I know we'll never be 100%, you know, in the deep end on the technology, but I'm still seeing a lot of places where people are still resistant to that. And somebody mentioned in the chat that we have to embrace it and say, hey, if I'm going to posture or have a telework posture for my workforce, I've got to have a digital collaboration posture as well. It's not just you get to work from home and do things the same way. It's all right, Microsoft Teams is going to be your baby. So that's probably my biggest lesson learned. And then maybe a thumbs down lesson learned would be we have forgotten how to write email. Too often times at the end of a meeting, I scratch my head and go, man, this probably could have been an email. One person could have spent, you know, 15 minutes crafting verbiage that we could have all read and said, I got it. Instead, we bring 30 people to a 1-hour meeting and we accomplish nothing. And so we need to refine our skill set in the virtual workforce as well with things like WebEx. Because I don't know about you guys, my calendar is a disaster. And it's so much so disaster, I even have a hard time deciding what not to go to. You used to be able to be like, I'm good. I don't need that. But now people update things without sending the update. And so new attachments get added the morning of the meeting and you have no idea. And so you may have, you know, thought, I don't need to go to this meeting, and then suddenly you do. So we just have to refine our skill set in the virtual workforce. I'm interested in what the other panelists have to say.
I definitely want to piggyback on that, Kenny, because so I think it's amazing what we have been able to accomplish through this whole transition to fully remote, and now transitioning with a return back and all the ups and downs that come with it. I think the biggest benefit, I agree with Kenny, I hate Teams only because our platforms don't necessarily support Teams very well, and it seems like they're always just down. The capability itself, though, is great, and I do think that ability to day-to-day collaborate, no matter where you are, is great. And I think the ability to, you know, real-time share files and edit things and all that stuff is going to make us more efficient. I will tell you, I have absolutely been engaged in way more conversations with stakeholders, contractors, you name it, higher headquarters, due to ineffective communication because of some of the things Kenny touched on, the incessant, never-ending face-to-face Teams chat and meetings and WebEx meetings and things that could have been resolved in an email, or lack of documentation, or whatever it happens to be. And so we've done a really good job of not having any of those balls we're juggling, you know, bounce too many times, but I've been catching a lot of them with my feet. I've been catching them on the first hop. And I'm convinced it's because we're not together. And it's not that we all need to be in the office every day, but I do think we need to be in the office periodically together, because there's a connection and there's collaboration and other things that happen there organically that you can't replicate remotely. And then the last thing I'll say is I get a lot of feedback from whether they're my PMs or others in the district about, you know, burnout and the fact that they're busier than they've ever been. And this piggybacks on something Kenny said too. So, maybe 2 months ago, I was back in the office, and everybody was back in the office before this latest spike. And I was actually going to meetings with people again, face to face. And I started to get up from my desk, and I picked up my cell phone, and I thought, wait, before the pandemic, I never brought my phone to a meeting. So I put it back down on my desk, and for like 2 weeks, I was in bliss. I was going to meetings, and yeah, I was triple booked, and I still had to pick which ones, but I didn't bring my email, my phone, or anything with me. When I came back, I had 9 billion emails, and I had to dig through that. But it was really nice to just be present, and I would challenge every single one of you to think about the fact, and I've done it on this, right? Are you really present the whole time you're engaged in this meeting, or do you have another screen up with stuff going on? We've trained ourselves to instantly respond to every single email. And I remember yelling at somebody at NAD saying, why did I get 5 emails and 2 phone calls in the span of 15 minutes to answer a question that doesn't matter? And it's because I didn't respond. We need to retrain ourselves. Like, it's okay to take a minute, because I think a lot of that sense of burnout and the sense of being overworked, we've put on ourselves. And so we need to get back to, you got to deal with what's important. There are critical things that absolutely need your focus, but there's other stuff that can wait. So what if you don't get back to them until tomorrow or this afternoon or whatever it happens to be? And it's that I think, yeah, semi-tasking, exactly. I think that'll help us too, because then we can really focus on these conversations that we need to have. That's my perspective on it.
So
Yeah, thanks, John. Hey, sorry, just to jump in here real quick with the time check. So we're about at our last 5 minutes. So I do want to. There's a lot going on in the chat. We're not going to be able to address every comment. We have a lot of panelists, and Scott Kenny just spoke. I want to just give a quick minute for any of the panelists to kind of share any last thoughts that they have related to schedule quality or anything that you want to share as we're closing up the panel.
I'd love to jump in real quick, something that we didn't really get to, but I figured we'd be talking schedule, and I wanted to take an opportunity to say something to the PM audience. Matt mentioned it earlier, how there's kind of a default 1 year duration that seems to come up a lot. If you have a project that has commissioning in it, please, please, please get somebody with a commissioning focus involved in that schedule build-up early, because the way our guide specs spell out, there are 10 sequential submittals with 30-day review periods, and some of them go up to 44. That's your commissioning firm, commissioning plan, test procedures. DALT report, if you have a basic system with ductwork and controls, you have a DALT test, controls PVT, tab, readiness, and then your actual testing, your commissioning plan, and your FPTs and your report, and that's 10 months. You've done nothing else other than do your commissioning schedule, and you've just taken 10 months if everything went perfect and there was no retesting. So it's really, really hard to do anything with a current, basic HVAC system with controls in a 1 year time frame, unless the contractor shows up day one with their commissioning firm and everything goes perfect to the end. So I just wanted to float that out there. Appreciate it.
So even if the door handle falls off and it's the architect's fault that the quality was bad, we just learned that it's the mechanical engineer's fault that the schedule was bad.
It's always going to be the commissioning critical path. It's never going to be the door handle.
It's true. But the thing is, the solution there is that we have to acknowledge, what's important in each functional division and make sure that we can collaboratively put together a good schedule and a good plan for quality. We can't just ignore it. And there are going to be times where we need to communicate to the stakeholder that, hey, this schedule is going to be 2 months longer on this project. But then we need to communicate why, and not just hit period and send. And that'll get us a long way. And I'll close with I just appreciate the collaboration today. From my seat in the headquarters construction branch, also the cost engineering group, AE contracting, a bunch of other random things. These conversations need to happen more often, and they don't need to wait for the formal annual invite to something like this. I hope y'all are comfortable working your vertical chain, lean on North Atlantic Division, Alan Huntley, and the crew that was present today. Patty Bolton's in their cost team as well, and have this conversation. And then hopefully you get comfortable having these conversations in little kind of 15, 20-minute quick hits at the kickoff meetings with your PDTs to say, hey, what's out there? What do we need to adjust to? What's the risk? Oh, by the way, let's not short circuit, quality, schedule, budget. Let's make sure that the stool is balanced and it's all working together rather than sacrificing one area. So thanks again for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kenny, and thanks for the panels. Any last burning thoughts? Otherwise, we'll close this session. I guess I just really want to shout out, to the panel. Thanks so much for taking the time and for your input, for collaborating, for staying current, and really appreciate the. Hopefully, this was a value to those that are on the call. It certainly was for me, and I appreciate all the panel members. Any last words of wisdom before we jump to our break?
Just appreciate the chance to be here and appreciate especially the audience's participation in the chat. I think a lot of great points brought up, a lot of great questions. Some we probably danced around, but we are all doing a challenging job delivering for our nation. And I appreciate everyone's efforts, always working toward that goal. I definitely think there's a lot to reach across the aisle between PM and ENC. I think we do a lot of good collaboration. So if anybody ever needs to reach someone at NAD, ENC, I'm here. Let me know if you have any questions or want to talk strategies for coordinating between the two or best practices for how to get things done. Appreciate the time here.
Yeah, I'll echo the same as Tyler mentioned. I really appreciate the discussion and helping us at NAD, focus on areas that we need to do a better job at, disseminating information is what we can work on. And yeah, anytime, please reach out to us and we'll try to help you out.
Alan, yeah, I'd like to thank the entire panel, especially my team that was on, and to Kenny Simmons for taking my seat on the panel. Thanks so much for that. Over.
This is Amy Holmes. I want to thank all of you for your participation and just taking the time to put a lot of thought and effort into this. I think it was just phenomenal and really important conversations to have for our region. And it's going to help us move us forward. So thanks to everybody again. Over.
We're just happy to be a part of it. Thanks, everybody. And hey, Kenny, you definitely earned yourself a blizzard at Dairy Queen, so you should go treat yourself.
Man, I gotta drive outside the Beltway to get one.
I was just gonna say, if you've ever been TDY with Kenny, you'll understand that.
It's a Texas stop sign. Thanks, man.
Hey, thanks, guys. So that was a great job with the panel. Again, thanks, Amy. It was her brainchild to put this panel together as part of this forum. I also want to take an opportunity to just say goodbye, thanks, and thanks for letting me kind of participate as a facilitator. I'm going to enjoy some work-life balance and go head up to my son's graduation. I'm in Europe District, so it's the evening here. And so I'm signing off for today. Thanks for letting me be here. I'm going to turn it over to Amy and Rich to keep going with today's presentation. See you guys, and we'll go for a 10-minute break.
Thanks for everything, and yeah, congratulations, Todd, and thanks for everything.
Appreciate it. So yeah, we'll break now till the top of the hour. Thanks.
Hey Naomi, this is Amy. Do you read me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I've got your slides. I can change those for you, or is that your preference?
Sure, that's fine with me. But Rena and Roselle have most of the slides, so I would defer to their comfort.
Okay, very good.
Oh, okay. I'll leave it on. It's almost time.
All right, so we're gonna get started here. Let's see, do I have everything on? Yep. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. This is Amy Holmes. I hope you're enjoying today's sessions. We're gonna shift gears a little bit now, and we're gonna talk about environmental justice and some of the new implementation guidelines that are coming out, some of the new tools that we're using. And this presentation, we've got Roselle Stern and Rena Weichenberg and Naomi Handel. And we're thrilled to have you guys here. This is a pretty great, timely topic. And I'd like to turn it over to the presenters.
Let Roselle know she's on
Good
mute.
day, everyone. Sound check.
We got you loud and clear.
Thank you. We are very pleased to be with you today. As Amy indicated, my name is Roselle Stern. I am with our Planning and Policy Division at NAD, where I am a senior coastal and watershed planner. And I'm joined by my colleague also from Planning and Policy, Rena Weichenberg, who is our environmental team lead for the region, and Naomi Handel, who is our regulatory program manager in our operations and regulatory division. So between the three of us, we're going to cover a wide range of topics. And if we could please go to the second slide, you'll see what those discussion points are going to be. Highlighted by a map. It's a little bit old. It's a few years old, but it illustrates high priority, high poverty census areas from 2017. And these are concerns for our region and for other regions that we work with within HQUSACE. And certainly we'll talk about, as the discussion topic list indicates, the context behind the current emphasis on environmental justice. And we'll try to take a look at that in an overarching historical perspective. I'll attempt to weave us through some of the terminology that's being used around this space. Do want to emphasize that it is evolving almost on a daily, weekly basis. So what we tell you today is got a large asterisk attached to it, that things may get updated quickly. And then I'll also try to introduce how the Corps of Engineers is aligning with the current or the recent environmental justice executive orders and other policy directives that we're receiving that affect our three areas. Again, we're only looking at a small part of the Corps' mission areas, so some of you may represent other parts of our organization, but these kinds of concepts are coming to a work mission near you. So be prepared to be asked to explain how you're addressing environmental justice in your work programs, irregardless of whether you align with the three areas that we're going to talk about today. And then after I complete those introductory sessions, Rena is going to walk us through environmental compliance, which is the historic reference point for a lot of EJ work that the Corps of Engineers has done in the past, and how that is currently evolving in light of new directives and guidance. And then Naomi will discuss regulatory updates, which are, again, cutting edge and still in the process. And we'll conclude, I guess I'll ask Naomi, head nod, please, if you can cover the EJ resources as well. Thank you. Thank you, Naomi. Okay, next slide, please. So historical perspective on environmental justice. The first executive order to reference or to use those terms dates back to 1994. And it followed our own 1970s to 1980s work on the planning guidance work that established the 4 accounts: national economic development, environmental quality, regional economic development, and other social effects. And those sort of set the stage for that, sort of supported the work that was asked of us as part of that 1994 executive order. In the early 20s, we had a series of hurricanes that also highlighted economic and social vulnerability nationally. And in our region, our work post-Sandy with the North Atlantic Coast Comprehensive Study addressed social vulnerability and sought to evaluate and manage coastal storm risk, particularly for vulnerable communities. As a result of that work, the work on Katrina, and Rita, and Sandy, the Corps of Engineers began to focus on resilience, again, across all mission areas, as a goal for us to seek to include as part of our different efforts. And part of resilience is really being able to manage risk for disadvantaged communities and those who have greater vulnerability from an economic or social perspective. So it's looking at the whole social landscape from a resilience perspective. In 2020, the Assistant Secretary for the Army for Civil Works, again, this is focusing on a civil works historical perspective. I hope you can pick that up here in this slide. Directed the Corps to look even more closely at those 4 accounts, and also to begin to seek out pilot studies to address impacts to rural and disadvantaged communities. And then in 2021, we had further executive orders issued, which required climate action plans, again, which mention disadvantaged and underserved communities as part of those who are vulnerable to climate effects, and also established the Justice 40 initiative as part of Executive Order 2898. And then interim guidance for Justice 40 was just issued this past year. So next slide, please. So the definitions that revolve around environmental justice, environmental equity, and economic equity, all disadvantaged communities. How do we define all these different concepts? They are evolving. Again, that's the key takeaway from this slide and from the point that we wanted to make. And as time goes on, there's greater clarity and greater emphasis on some of these concepts. And you can see the underlined words, the bolded text, are some of the key words that are being used. Environmental justice in 1994 was really focused on a sort of do no harm perspective, that a Corps of Engineers action should not impact adversely communities that suffer from being disadvantaged or chronically underserved. That was emphasized in 21 with the equity concept and began to also in the climate executive order 14008 to try to address cumulative impacts on disadvantaged communities that may have occurred over time, and trying to work within our mission areas as best we can to avoid those types of impacts, and also to seek ways that there could be somewhat of a redressing. And that's a soft concept in that executive order that became a much larger and louder emphasis in section 2023 on just in the Justice 40 initiative, which actually directs the whole federal government to seek ways to offset some of the historic inequities that have occurred to disadvantaged communities. And we'll talk more about how this affects the Corps of Engineers in some additional slides. But just as an initial introduction, the Corps of Engineers was not included in the first suite of agencies that were flagged for addressing Justice 40, but we are currently working with our headquarters, our Assistant Secretary of the Army office to identify programs where the Corps can contribute to this initiative. The other part of this section from Executive Order 14008 is that we are directed to use appropriate tools, particularly screening tools, when we identify EJ communities. And there are two tools. We'll talk about them in greater detail later in the presentation, but there's one from EPA, the EJ Screen, which has gone through a recent update. So now there's EJ Screen version 2. And there's also a tool developed by the Council for Environmental Quality, which combines climate and environmental justice parameters. That is currently undergoing beta testing. So it's not a finished product as yet, but these are available for teams to start using and seeing how they inform their decision making. Next slide, please. So we've just talked about how the environmental justice is defined, and I just wanted to again emphasize that broader definition, which is provided in the 1994 Executive Order, which is the fair and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of all of those parameters, and the enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And we've included some visuals here to highlight some of the types of environmental quality that get a lot of attention. In the upper right-hand column, you'll see corner of the slide, you see some pollution near a playground. Obviously, if that is a situation in which that playground is used by a disadvantaged community, then this is a concern from an environmental justice perspective. Involving public outreach and public involvement is something that more and more communities are calling for loudly. And the Corps needs to be sensitive to that and is being sensitive to that by developing a number of outreach tools and mechanisms for reaching underserved communities, tribal groups, those that are not perhaps as connected to internet as others. And there's a large array of different ways of reaching out to those communities to be more inclusive. So the socially vulnerable, rural, and disadvantaged communities are generally defined. And again, there's a list of types of groups that are usually factored into that designation. Those are the types of groups that warrant some additional effort when we're doing outreach and coordination with stakeholders. And the final illustration on this slide is the cartoon that illustrates the difference, the nuances between equality, equity, and justice. And I've seen later iterations of this cartoon that actually include a fourth scene in which the fence itself is removed and the viewers, the ones who are standing outside the game, are actually wearing uniforms. So they become part of the team rather than just observers. Next slide. Thank you. So I wanted to introduce some ways in which, and this is not an all-inclusive discussion, it's more to introduce you to these ways in which the Corps is aligning with environmental justice executive orders and policy directives rather than being a all-inclusive discussion. Certainly, the recent infrastructure legislation is going to enable the Corps to participate in a number of construction efforts. So either through our project management expertise, and this whole session this week is geared to positioning us to be active and successful participants in that type of work. And part of that work may very well involve if it's work for other agencies, it could involve work that is intended to comply or support the Justice 40 initiative and actually direct some of the benefits from studies towards disadvantaged communities. The Section 214 of Executive Order 14008 further directs us to address work that will restore the environment, increase resilience, and again, that may very well be applied given the other directives that we are seeking to work within, including a prism of environmental justice. More explicitly, we have Section 219 in this executive order, which spurs us, again, this is part of this environmental justice initiative, EJ 40 to really seek to address those long-term cumulative effects of climate and other related impacts on disadvantaged communities, and the associated economic challenges and burdens that those place on disadvantaged communities. And then finally, section 223, the very clear direction describing the Justice 40 initiative, which indicates that 40% of the overall benefits from the federal action should flow to disadvantaged tribal and rural communities. So again, that's a very clear statement of the administration's current policy, the current administration's policies. Next slide, please. And part of this links back to within the Corps of Engineers planning community, which I'm part of and can speak most clearly to, our work within the 4 benefit accounts. Again, this is a series of ASA civil works policy directives dating back to 2020 and 2021, which ask us to look at the 4 accounts and begin to see how we can work within our plan formulation to articulate how perhaps regional economic development benefits and other social effects can directly address environmental justice type issues. So again, this session is not intended to be a deep dive into the 4 benefit accounts. We just wanted you to be tracking that environmental justice topics ties in to this type of analysis and can be discussed in terms of, particularly in terms of RED and OSE accounts. And then I think at this juncture, I will turn the mic over to Rena Weichenberg, our environmental team leader. Over.
Thank you, Roselle. Quick sound check. Do you hear me clearly? Wonderful. And I'm asking because I'm using a loaner computer. Mine died on Tuesday. And apparently the video isn't of the greatest quality. So I'm going to turn that off because I find that very disturbing. And we'll just go on to the next slide, please.
I'm sorry, that one's still mine, Rena.
Okay, go for it.
I apologize for that, folks. Again, this is just one more slide on the Justice 40 initiative, indicating the priority action areas that the administration has flagged and how the Corps is aligning some of our specific programs to support that initiative. So those specific areas are tribal partnership programs, planning assistance to states, floodplain management services. And then there is a broader injunction to look at all projects and all efforts, and also our continuing authorities program and environmental infrastructure work, where we undertake that. And that, I believe, is my last slide, Rena. Sorry about that.
No problem, and thank you, Amy, for pulling up the next slide. So I'm very pleased to be here. As Roselle mentioned, my name is Rena Weichenberg. I am also with North Atlantic Division's Planning and Policy Group, and my role is Environmental Team Lead. So I am the lead on environmental compliance within our AOR, as well as really our lead for coordination with the resource agencies on our planning studies and our ecosystem restoration study policy expert. So just with that, I'd like to sort of segue into our NEPA regulations timeline. So much as Roselle talked about the history of EJ and the fact that this is a rather fast-moving train, so that there have been a lot of recent changes in terms of guidance concerning environmental justice, and we anticipate continuing changes. So that is very similar to what we're seeing with NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. So I put in a timeline. So back in 1970 is when this act was signed by President Nixon. And the context for that really was there were a lot of dreadful things happening. I mean, we had rivers that were going on fire in the late 1960s. There was a lot of very visible environmental impacts. And the public really felt that environmental factors were not being considered or rarely considered. They felt that they were not getting notification about projects. They were not being made aware of what the federal government was doing. And then if they responded, then those public comments were falling on deaf ears because there really wasn't, they didn't see any actions that resulted from the public concerns. The agencies felt that there was inadequate coordination. And then there really was this concept of the decisions were made behind closed doors. That they did not see explanations. No explanations were given for the decisions from the federal government in terms of how there were these impacts on the environment. So you notice that a lot of this concern was really on the knowledge sharing. And this is a big focus when we talk about environmental justice. So we'll see that as we go on. But in 1970, the act was signed, and in 1978, the Council on Environmental Equality developed and sent out those regulations. So between 1978 and 2020, we were all using the same regulations. This is all the federal agencies, the Corps, all of our partner agencies. We're all working off the same playbook. So we're talking about basically over 40 years where guidance did not change substantially. There were court cases in the interim, and so the outcomes of some of that court cases really informed some of the specifics and particulars of how this implementation guidance should be implemented. But we were talking about well over 40 years of no changes in guidance. And then the previous administration changed things quite a bit. So in July 16, 2020, the NEPA regulations were revised. And that revision included differences in looking at purpose and need, differences in looking at impacts with less concern about the cumulative impacts, and really looking for this close causal relationship between the action and the impact, more of a defined causal relationship. And as a result, there were 5 lawsuits that were filed. Initially in the 2020 regulations change, the federal agencies were called upon to put together their revised implementation guidance for the following year. So the 2020 guidelines were to go into effect on September 14th, 2020, basically roughly 60 days after those NEPA regulations were issued. And a year from that date, all the federal agencies were to have issued their revised guidelines. So within the Corps for planning, for example, this 33 CFR 230, which has all our implementation details for regulatory, I believe it's 33 CFR 325. Naomi will correct me if I'm wrong when it's her turn, but we have very specific guidelines for implementation, and all of those were to be revised in accordance with these revised regulations. And then we had a change of administration. So on January 20th, 2021, there was an executive order, 13990, protecting public health and the environment. And this is the part that's critical to the NEPA guidelines, restoring science to tackle the climate crisis. And so basically the administration asked all these agencies to take a look at a series of changes that have occurred from the previous administration to look if they were really science-based. And as a result of that, CEQ said, wait a minute, there are some things that we like about these 2020 revisions, and there are some things that we're concerned about, especially in light of these 5 lawsuits where we have many public entities concerned about elements from this. So they now advise that these revised implementation guidance should come out by September 2023. So it extended the period of time for those guidelines to come out. And that has made it a little bit more difficult for the field, because we don't have something that really lays out A, B, C, D. And this requires a lot more coordination with your vertical team, so that as decisions are made as to how we move forward, everyone is on that same sheet of music. So it's interesting times we live in. And it is changing quite frequently. So we have down here the tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. These are the executive orders Roselle mentioned, and of course all of that becomes critical for NEPA. And then in October 7th, 2021, CEQ issued the phase 1 rulemaking. So CEQ decided that it was going to tackle the bits and pieces of the 2020 regulations that it thought required additional revision, or perhaps even going back to the 1978 guidelines. And they were going to tackle this in phases. So the phase 1 came out, the original public notice was in 2021, and then it actually went into effect as of May 20th. So the phase 1 rules went into effect roughly 2 weeks ago. So when Roselle talked about, changing daily and weekly, this was not an exaggeration. We have just had a change back in how we implement NEPA that is 2 weeks old. And part of that implementation and the change from the phase 1 reinstated the direct, indirect, and cumulative effects analyses. Cumulative effects analyses are very interesting and are important to environmental justice, because what it does in its equation is take a look at past, present, and future actions, and then the incremental impact of our proposed action on those. So when we have communities that have historically been the recipients of greater amounts of contaminants, if we have poorer areas that may have more problems with air quality because the polluting industries have been cited in those communities more so than in the wealthier communities. When we have a whole series of things that we may talk about. If we're talking about the placement of material that has contaminants, it might be closer to an area of low cost. So when we look at cumulative effects and we take into consideration that our baseline levels of certain contaminants in these areas may be significantly higher than that baseline level in other areas, then we need to be a little bit more concerned about whether our impact, whether the little increment that we add to this can really have a significant adverse effect on this population. So this return to taking a closer look at the cumulative effects in the cumulative effects analysis, when we look at it through the lens of environmental justice, and we look at where this community is at the moment and what we are adding to it, that paints sometimes a stark picture, and it's something that we really need to be involved with and think of clearly. And then lastly, what we have been told, and this timeline actually was given to headquarters at a meeting with the Council on Environmental Quality, is that phase 2, the next round of evolution in terms of changes to the rulemaking, is expected in spring 2022. So we're expecting this very, very shortly. And what we hear is there's going to be an emphasis on the public outreach. And this may also be considered related to how do we make sure that our outreach is connecting with these underserved communities. Next slide, please.
Hey, hi, Rena. This is Amy. Before we go on, we have 2 questions in the chat.
Sure.
Joe would like to know, can presidential executive orders trump rules and regulations?
That's a tough question. I think someone from Office of Counsel would be probably better poised to state that. I don't think you can have an executive order that says that you can be in non-compliance with an existing law, but it certainly can add elements that to consider. But I would say the specifics is something that we need to discuss with Office of Counsel.
Yeah, I tried to answer this, Rena, in the chat, but again, defer to Office of Counsel on that final point as to how you balance existing regulations with a new executive order that might seem to contradict the intent of the existing regulations. I do know that during the past administration, the Corps continued to apply our climate analysis requirements and regulations, even though there was a stepping away from some of that thinking in that administration. But that's just an ad hoc example. Over.
Yeah, thank you, Roselle. I do see the question about when do the new rules go into effect. So the phase 1, so we have the 2020 guidelines which changed, and that went into effect on September 14th, 2020. Then the phase 1 rulemaking, which tweaked certain aspects, went into effect May 20th, 22. So anyone who is in the process of putting together a NEPA document, environmental assessment, EIS, for release, should be adhering to the phase 1 updated guidelines. Anything that has been released using pre-2022, pre this last phase 1, if it's already been released, then we're not going to be concerned about it. Everyone is sort of on board with that. We have also heard from headquarters that if you are just on the very edge of releasing something and to go back and revise it significantly would take enough time and money that this would really adversely impact the schedule for planning studies, mean that you would now need a policy exception, a policy waiver from the 3 years and the 3 million. That is something that we were told to please elevate to headquarters as quickly as possible because there is a little bit of wiggle room in there. So that's something I've been communicating with the districts. But in the vast majority of the cases, someone's not quite right on the verge of release, and so making these changes is something that they should and can do. But that phase 1 went into effect on May 20th. And so if you think about it, that when we look at it, that the original phase 1 issue in the public notice was in October of 2021. And that gave the public an opportunity to comment. And then the last part that said this is now going into effect, the final rule came out, I believe, in March and said that this is going to go into effect in May. So looking at it from if this spring or in short order, if CEQ issues a phase 2, then that will it will need to go through that same process of giving the public an opportunity to comment and then coming out with the final rule and then giving a bit of notice before that must be implemented. So along that same pathway, if we think it takes a little over a half a year from that first issuance, then we might be talking about perhaps by the beginning of the new fiscal year, we might be needing to implement those phase 2 guidelines as well. Does that answer the question? I hope that answers the question. Okay.
Yeah, this is Amy. Great. Let's go ahead and continue with your brief. And we've got about 15 minutes left, and then we will do questions.
Sure. So great. Next slide. Okay, so I'm just taking the step back. I think we're all familiar with NEPA, with the National Environmental Policy Act. But I just wanted to make sure, why are we in compliance with it? It is a federal requirement in our planning and decision making. And NEPA is a procedural act. So under that procedure, we handle many other legal requirements, like the Clean Air Act and the Endangered Species Act and Protecting the Wetlands and National Historic Protection Act. There's a whole lot of acts that we're doing under this umbrella of the National Environmental Policy Act. So if you've seen an environmental assessment, if you've seen an environmental impact statement, it will have sections on how we are complying with any one of the many acts that we are required to comply with as a federal action agency. And the requirement is that the action agency, and again, that's often us, right? Appropriately consider the potential physical, biological, economic, and social effects on the quality of the human environment. When we talk about environmental justice, that's sort of the nexus of the economic effects, social effects on the quality of the human environment. So we're often used to thinking of, when we move forward, really emphasizing the environmental impacts from the physical, chemical, biological perspective. We think of cultural resources as a little bit of that social perspective, but environmental justice is very much a big piece of the economic and social effects that we should be taking a look at. Next slide, please. So from a NEPA perspective, the two questions that the team should be looking at is, will the proposed action have a disproportionate impact on minority and low-income populations? And I'm going to put in that to emphasize looking at that cumulative effects. So where is the starting line when we talk about what these communities are facing? So folks remember a long time ago, you know, there was a comment about someone and they said he was born on third place and thought he hit a home run, right? Well, we have the opposite with some of our environmental justice communities, and that in terms of the level of impacts that their adverse impacts that these communities are facing, they're really not in a good place. You know, if we're talking about the home run as having effects that really are adverse to their health, then they're on third base with just not too much more is going to get them to that point where they have significant adverse effects. So really looking at that NEPA analysis of where are they now and what significance is there to that delta, to that little increment that we are adding to their background. Is this something that we should be really concerned about? And is this something we should be more concerned about than that same impact might have on a community that's not suffering from the contaminants or the poor air quality or the poor water quality in their specific communities? So again, will the proposed action have a disproportionate impact on these populations? And the second big question is, how will I ensure fair treatment and meaningful involvement? Meaningful involvement has become trickier and trickier over the last few years. We have understandably, during the COVID pandemic, shifted to doing much more remote outreach. So under NEPA, there is a scoping process where the action agency informs the public about the purpose and need for their action and the alternatives that are being considered, and gives the public the opportunity to provide feedback. So if we remember back to sort of 1970 and why NEPA actually became law, it was because the public felt that it was not being informed and it was not given an opportunity for meaningful feedback, and it was not given the basis for decisions that were being made. So it's the same concern, but when we have an outreach that is largely remote based, we have to consider that there may be communities that have a much lower level of access to, you know, computers, remote opportunities for feedback. So it's really something that needs a lot of thought to ensure that we actually meaningfully involve communities that have those challenges in remote communication. Next slide, please. So here's a couple of definitions. I know people think about this. So fair treatment, no group of people should bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequences resulting from the federal action. And the meaningful involvement is an opportunity to participate and contribute to decision making. Decisions makers seek out involvement of those potentially affected. And when we talk about minority populations, it can either be 50% or more of the population is minority, or disproportionate relative to the area. So if our region, if our state, whichever region that we're going to define, if we have X% of population that is minority, and we have a situation that our study area has a significantly higher percent than that average, then that becomes something that we should pay closer attention to. And a similar definition is used for low income, whether it's 50% of the population is considered low income or relative to the area, relative to the surroundings. We're talking about a community that has a higher percent of low income. So it's not clear cut in terms of 50% or more, but it's also relative to that surrounding community. Next, please. And this all goes back to the executive order that Roselle had pointed out, 12898. And it directs the federal agencies to identify and address disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects of their actions to the greatest extent practicable and permitted by law. It directs each agency to develop a strategy to implement EJ. So when we talk about NEPA compliance, that strategy should really be looking at that meaningful involvement portion of the equation. How are we making sure that we communicate with these EJ communities, that they have access to public information and public participation, which becomes more challenging as we using more and more high tech, as we're using more and more remote tools. We have to recognize that there may be places that a hard copy is still needed. We may need to do a hybrid situation where we do in-person as well as online meetings to ensure that that population is meaningfully involved. And the intent is to promote non-discrimination in federal programs that affect human health and the environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's some tools, and Roselle mentioned these previously. EPA had a tool called EJ Screen that they have updated, and the Council on Environmental Quality has their Climate and Economic Justice Screening tool. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of information on how you can find out more about these tools, what these tools can tell you, and how you can access and actually use those tools. So let's just start. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the US EPA updated its EJ Screen. It's got an EJ Screen 2.0, and it was just updated very, very recently in February 2022. And here is a screenshot of their screen, and it has launched the EJ Screen tool. It's very user-friendly. It updated the indicators on environmental burdens. So we'll go into that in a moment. But when I discuss the fact that we have certain communities that have a starting point when we begin our study of having been more adversely affected, of having larger problems with their water quality, for example, or their air quality. That's what we're meaning by environmental burden. They're coming in with, they're carrying on their back a certain amount of legacy problems that they're coming in because of our history. Socioeconomic factors, climate change, health, critical services. So we'll look a little bit in a moment about what some of those indicators are. The intent is to have a nationally consistent data set and to enable us to combine environmental and demographic information so that we can identify those areas that start off by being overburdened by pollution. And it does have a renewed emphasis on climate change. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have 12 environmental indicators, 7 demographic indicators, and 12 environmental justice indices. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an overview of what those environmental indicators contain. If you look at it closely, you can see that there's quite a few of these that are related to air quality, particulate matter, ozone. If you're in a non-attainment area in the Northeast, often it might be related to the level of particulate matter or ozone. This is non-attainment with area in terms of the Clean Air Act, where you're then going to need to have to go through federal conformity analysis. So they're looking really at making sure that we take this closer look at some of these factors. And it also is telling us whether these communities are starting off with major problems or level of problems for these issues. So we have the particulate matter, we have the ozone. Diesel particulate matter has to do with, are there truck routes that are going through these areas, right? Air toxicity, the cancer risk, what kind of industries have been in that area that might have put some of that population at risk. Traffic proximity and volume. When we think about staging our measures, are we considering the potential impacts of what that traffic proximity and volume and how this is adding to the toxics? Lead paint, certainly that's not something that we're used to, but of course there are communities that are still suffering from that. Superfund proximity, on NEPA, we look at whether we're close to a surplus site, but we're looking at it more for if we do earth movement, do we have a potential for having to deal with this? Will the local sponsor, the non-federal sponsor, give us a clean site? But this is through a different lens. This is through the lens of, have these people suffered from all of this stuff? So where are they now in terms of how cautious do we need to be in terms of adding anything to their present environmental burden? Hazardous waste proximity, underground storage tanks, again, the possibility of leakage into their water, wastewater discharge. So a lot of this is concerned about things that are related to air quality, water quality, other health risks. Next slide, please. I think you skipped a slide. One up, please. Okay. And then they overlay all of this information about the environmental burden with the vulnerability of that population. So is it a population that historically has been more vulnerable, whether it's people of color or low income? Unemployment rate, which is obviously thought of as linked to income level. But then again, what we talk about in terms of the communication, do we need to think more clearly about how we communicate with this population? Is it an issue of linguistic isolation? Are we talking about a community that doesn't have a high percentage of native English speakers? Do we need to be concerned about what language we communicate with them? Do we need to have a translator? Do we have less than high school education? So if we think about it, then perhaps we tailor our outreach, our public outreach to our audience. So understanding, this is a lot of understanding our audience. What is the level of vocabulary that we're using when we have our coordination? Should we be providing a little bit more background information to ensure that all of the population understands the context we're working in when we have a less educated population? Under age 5 and over age 65, we recognize that there are health issues that are very specific to this population, or that they may be more vulnerable to. We've certainly seen, unfortunately, with the pandemic, that there is a disproportionate impact on the older population in terms of the health impacts and the mortality rates. So thinking about that, do we have a population that is very vulnerable, maybe exceptionally vulnerable to what effects our plan might be producing? Do we need to be extra cautious if we're dealing with a population that has above average, either very young or elderly in their population. And the last screen, yes.
This is Amy. I just wanted to give you a quick time check. We can go this session. We can go till about a little bit after 12, maybe 12:05. I'm not sure how much is left. I know Naomi still needs to brief for your consideration.
Okay, well then thank you so much. So EJ indices is basically the same 12. What it does is this overlap, but the name of this is the same as that first, environmental indicators. And for each of those factors, the index finds the block groups that contribute the most towards the nationwide disparity in that environmental factor. So it's going to tell you if that community is overburdened on any one of these indicators, so you know coming in, this is an issue of concern in that community. Next slide, please. So just very quickly, here's a link to how you do it. You can explore it at your leisure. You can either put in a zip code, you can put in a city, you can draw a polygon. So if your project area is in a city and it's a very small portion of it, and then you can click run the standard report, and it will give you a lot of this information as to what's that environmental burden that this community is facing, so you have that context. Next slide. And then there is a YouTube 5-minute instructional video to tell you how to interpret that standard report. So this is very, very user friendly. So I invite you to do this at your time. We obviously don't have time to do that now. Next slide. Okay, so now we're on to the second tool, tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. Its purpose is to help us identify those disadvantaged communities and give us that socioeconomic, environmental, health, and climate information, focus on identifying these disadvantaged communities, and provide that information for the Justice 40 initiative. So this is looking at some of the economics, less the health and the environment, but more the economics. What we have gotten some feedback. Roselle mentioned that this is being beta tested, and the feedback is that it's not really capturing a lot of the demographics as well as the EJ screen. And so there's going to need to be significant revision to this tool. So I invite you, next slide, to access this tool. What it looks at is climate change, clean energy, and energy efficiency. So there's a lot more of the climate in there. Clean transportation is the overlap, but this also looks at sustainable housing, workforce development. So it has a lot more of the economics in addition to the water and waste infrastructure and health burdens that EJ screen has. So in theory, can give you some very useful information that is in addition to the EJ screen. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. All right, that was my last slide, actually. So I'm just going to finish up on that. We have two good tools. What the feedback that we have received is the EJ screen right now is a little bit more helpful. We know that the administration is going to be moving towards more use of that CEQ tool, but we are hearing that there's going to be some significant updates to that tool. And with that, I'm going to segue. A lot of this is on a planning perspective, and Naomi Handel will give us an update from the regulatory perspective. Naomi, please.
Naomi, before you begin, I want to thank Rena. I just want to say quickly, no stress. Let's finish the brief and have some good discussion if folks have questions. I'll just go ahead and cut my end of the whole session wrap up. So let's just enjoy the brief. Over.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Rena and Roselle. And don't worry, I have a very brief couple of slides. I certainly don't want to stand between everyone on the call and lunch. So I am just going to give a brief regulatory update. My focus today is just on the regulatory perspective of the EJ reviews. So in regulatory, we focus on the effects directly related to regulated impacts of a proposed project, and that evaluation is generally done during our public interest review. Mr. O'Connor's March 2022 memo, which does provide guidance to the court, does not apply to regulatory, and specifically states that separate regulatory guidance will be available. This guidance has not been provided yet, and there currently is no estimate on when that will be available. And we do differ from the Civil Works program in that we are not funding, sponsoring, or proposing a project. Our authorities are specific to regulating certain activities proposed by others in federally jurisdictional waters. I have a map on this slide that is from the CEQ EJ screening tool. This shows a section of waterfront along the Passaic River in Newark, New Jersey. And you can see that the shaded area is a disadvantaged community, and there are several attributes that contribute to the status. So if we received a permit application in this area, we would know that we were in this type of community, and that further evaluation, depending on the impacts of the proposed action, could be necessary. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the key portions of General Spellman's August 2021 memo that are particularly helpful for regulatory reviews. We want to identify and analyze the issues to inform the decision-making process. We really need to provide more than a bare bones conclusion that an EJ community would not be disproportionately harmed. But remembering that this is largely procedural and there's no specific course of action, but whatever actions we do take need to be well documented in our memorandums for the record, our decision documents. We want to identify the minority and low-income communities with the tools that currently exist, such as the ones that Rena just spoke about, and more may be being developed. We really, most importantly, want to provide opportunities for meaningful involvement by those communities, and we are looking at EJ effects directly related to the regulated impacts of the proposed project that are evaluated during our public interest review. And we may want to develop compensatory mitigation to address those effects, such, things like maybe sound barriers or other types of mitigation measures could be used. And just note that we are expecting minor changes to our decision document templates to reiterate this current guidance. On the slide in the upper right corner, the map you'll see here is the same location as the map on the previous slide in Newark, New Jersey, along the Passaic River. And this is from our ORM database, and the yellow dots are project locations. So you see that there are projects in this area, and so you would know that when you check the tools, that you would need to perhaps take further steps for your EJ review. So some other things to consider are that the meaningful involvement may require extra effort early in the review to ensure that you're providing adequate notice to the minority and low-income communities. Notices to places such as community centers, libraries, perhaps religious institutions, and again, consider the need to publish a public notice in another language. EPA regions have lists of communities of concern, which are developed with each administration, so they do change over time. And districts can ask your region for those lists to use them for outreach to those communities to explain our process and to add any interested parties to our public notice mailing lists. For example, in Region 2, EPA Region 2, while the list is still being updated under this administration, there are some communities that are always on the list, and those include Camden, New Jersey, Trenton, New Jersey, and Newburgh, New York. And note that labeling a community as EJ is a sensitive issue, especially if it concerns an Indian nation, as they don't want to be labeled as such. And that's not really what we're doing with this list. Rather, we are noting that there are EJ components that should be taken into consideration. And so EPA also has a listserv that you can sign up for and get notice on certain webinars that you may find helpful. For example, there's one coming up on June 29th, which is Tribal Nations and Indigenous Peoples Engagement in NEPA, Challenges and Best Practices. And this webinar will consist of tribal nations and indigenous peoples sharing their experiences, engaging in the decision-making processes that are part of NEPA. Presenters will share best practices, lessons learned, challenges, and recommendations. And if we go to the next slide, you will see a list of some helpful resources, including the EJ screen, questions about the screen, more about the YouTube video, how to interpret those reports, the CEQ tool, the executive orders that were mentioned, and some additional guidance. And then if you go to the next slide, there's another example of an upcoming EPA webinar, which is for drinking water and wastewater utilities. So that's part of the EPA's program to build resilience and adapt to climate change impacts. So EPA has a lot of possibly helpful trainings and webinars that are coming up. So if you just sign up on their listserv, you can get notification and you can sign up as topics of your interest become available. And that's the last slide. So if you just go to the next slide. If we have, oh, I went over, but if there are any time for discussion or questions as Amy allows.
That was really great. I want to thank you, Naomi, for wrapping it up, and Rena and Roselle. I'm going to look through the chat, but what are your questions? Go ahead and raise your hand or just come off mute and pose your question to the group. Well, we did have a question from Barry a little bit earlier when Rena was briefing. Can you define disproportionate as a proposed action in my adversely affected non-minority low-income populations as well?
Okay, so great question. So disproportionate, I think there's a lot of intuitive portion to this. So if you are looking at citing your measures and your measures have specific effects, then are you citing more of those measures in an EJ community, for example? If you are looking at your staging areas, are you having a larger proportion of your staging areas which may have adverse effects in an EJ community? If you're talking about your bringing materials in and you have trucking routes, are your trucking routes, which of course are going to be sources of diesel and other, may have other effects on air quality, are you having a larger amount of that trucking route going through EJ communities than you have in other communities? And unfortunately, because often those communities are lower cost, then if we looked at things just from the economic perspective, then it would make economic sense to place more of these materials or have our trucking routes, et cetera, go through these communities. And unfortunately, that has been the case in the past, which is why there is the greater concern that there is continued use of that. So I hope that's been a bit clear. I'm going to have to mute myself right now because I have a call coming in.
Thanks, Rena. So for Naomi, Beth has a question. For regulatory actions, what is the EJ scope compared to other PIR factors?
Well, you're looking at this under our public interest review and under NEPA, so you can look at your NEPA scope, but you need to look at I would say you need to look at your direct and indirect effects, because if you, let's say, if you only look at your project site, you're not really doing an analysis, I would say, because you're not right across the street, you could be in a community and you could, like Rena was talking about, staging, construction, truck traffic, things like that could be causing impacts. So I think that you do need to look at those.
Thank you. Brian would like to know how far beyond the site is appropriate.
I think that's the question.
So when you look at a specific environmental effect, then you look at the area of which the effect is felt, right? Because you go beyond a certain effect and then the effect is negligible. So the area of concern will be different for different resources. If you're talking about something that's cultural resources, then you may be looking at a different area of concern than, for example, air effects, which may be different from water. So it depends upon the specific effect, and your NEPA practitioner, your specialist will have a sense of, we have significant effects here, it becomes lesser and lesser, and at a certain point it becomes really an insignificant level, and that's where we draw the line. So our area of impact analysis will differ depending upon which resource we're looking at.
I've got a question for the panel. But Roselle, did you have something to add? I saw you came on.
No, I just wanted to be an active participant as we go over the high points here. All yours, Amy.
I just wanted to ask the panel, if folks are not a NEPA practitioner or regulatory, and they're in the Corps of Engineers and they are on project delivery teams, can you recommend, is there a prospect course or are there some courses you could recommend that interested team members take? I'm thinking, for example, maybe we've got some members from public affairs that would like to learn more about this. Over.
I'm not aware of any in-place training. I think Rena participated in environmental training that covered many of these topics. Maybe she might share some information on that training opportunity. Over.
Yes, thank you, Roselle. If there is interest in environmental compliance and NEPA compliance specifically, then I am one of the course instructors for the Prospect 169 Environmental Impact Assessment class. So that's something that if folks from many different disciplines can attend. There are some Shipley classes, these are not prospect classes, that have come out recently with a focus on environmental justice or a focus on the greenhouse gas emissions. Recently, there was there was an opportunity to sign on for some of these 1- and 2-day classes for free. So the opportunity was shared. It was limited space, and so I hope that some of your folks took advantage of it. But in future, Shipley organization gives some very high quality courses, and they do have 1- and 2-day courses that are specific to environmental justice and the greenhouse gas as it connects to climate change. Over.
Thank you. We're going to start wrapping it up here. We got a couple of more questions. Jennifer Gunn posted some information into the chat about some other terms were released by ASACW today. Companion Federal Register notice, and she has the link there. Yeah, we will, Stephanie's interested in the link to the 29 June webinar. If one of you have the ability to post that in the chat.
I just put it in the chat, Amy.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. I see Athena's note about she's interested in workshops for a lot of environmental compliance topics. Great, great, great. I'm catching up here. So I want to thank the panel. Are there any other quick questions or comments from the panel on this. I think it was really great. I thought the presentation was great. You're all very skilled presenters and the content was just brilliant. I appreciate everybody's, the participation from those of you, tuning into this. Any other final comments?
I'd just like to thank you, Amy, for giving us this opportunity and say that we all feel that you can't emphasize enough how fast moving and changing this topic is. So everyone should stay tuned. And when you offer this training again at NAD, we should probably have a refresh. That I just think it's going to affect a lot of different work missions for the Corps and those that the North Atlantic Division is engaged in. So it's worth staying tuned to this channel. Over.
Thanks, Roselle. And on that same note, we're a regional community, right? So I think the people on our panel today are definitely experts in their field. And if you're out there at a district and you've got questions, please reach out. I'm sure that they'd be more than willing to give you information and resources. And with that, folks, I know I'm in between you and your lunch. Here we go. Barry does want to get the answer regarding executive orders overriding policy and regulations. If one of you would want to take that on. But I'm going to skip the wrap up thing I was going to do with breakout questions. But really what I want to point out to those of you, hopefully you've found the SharePoint link by now to where we've got all the slide decks. If you don't know where that is, I can't really pull it all up right now, but just reach out to me. We're a professional organization. We want to give you all an opportunity to give some feedback if you attended the entire workshop or just a few sessions. There's a link. The screen is showing a link to a Microsoft form, which is kind of a SharePoint based thing that we can access in the Corps of Engineers. And you should be able to go to that. It's going to ask you to put in your Microsoft will ask you to put in your HQUSACE.army.mil email, but then it will take you to the form, which looks like this. And basically, it's just going to, if you do want continuing education unit credit or PDU credit, if you hold a PMP, or if you are a licensed professional engineer and you want PDH credit, basically what you do is you answer this form. Is going to ask you a couple of questions, but then so that's for the credit part. And then from there, what's going to happen is here at Division, our training coordinator, Sandra Durnick, she and I are going to create certificates for you. She's also going to be putting it into TED for you. And basically we are going to send those out to everybody. Now, last year I would say we had the same amount of participants online every day, and we only had 25 people that actually asked us for certificates. So I have a feeling this year we might be having a lot more people. I would ask you to be patient with us as we get those certificates out to you. And then for the recordings, and I'll probably summarize all this and blast it out in one last email so everybody can get the information. But we did record this, and we are going to probably make that available on the Corps of Engineers on the same SharePoint page. I don't know that we're really going to blast it out to the world on YouTube or anything, but we are going to make that available to you. I'll pause if there's anyone on the line that has questions to any of that, and we can go ahead and I'll pause for some questions and then we'll end the meeting. All right. Well, I am thrilled that you joined, and this is my second year of doing this. I thought it was great. You know where to find me. I'm in the global. If I don't get back to you right away, I will get back to you. I'm just juggling a lot of things, but thanks so much and have a great weekend and a great lunch. Over here. Over now.